Salutations, my fellow dandies! It's me, Jack Dandy, and we're back in Final Fantasy XIV. Salutations to everyone in chat. Salutations, Scratch Spectre. Salutations, Briar. Sorry, I was reading chat, and then I went to Twitter to post to post that I was live. And then, like, literally as I clicked post, I saw the Dr. Disrespect tweet being retweeted by someone I follow. It's like right at the top of my feed. And I was like, I don't give a shit about Dr. Disrespect, but I'm kind of morbidly curious of what he's got to say for himself. So I was just reading his tweet real quick. He wrote like a huge, long tweet. That, yeah, you know, I mean, I'm not going to say anything, yeah. Anyway, oh, he edited it 4 times, did he? Well, I'm looking forward to... I do watch Ludwig stuff, and he put out a video on it. So I am looking for his follow... Look, I'm looking forward to his follow-up video, because I assume he'll make one. If not, I'll go and watch Moist Critical, who I don't follow, but his stuff just kind of floats onto my YouTube feed every so often, and I'm always like, yeah, I'll watch that. I'll watch this 10-minute breakdown of some guy I've never heard of before. Yeah, why not? I've got nothing better to do for 10 minutes. First of all, I have been sick. I was supposed to stream Sonic on Sunday. I woke up with a... so weird, because I was perfectly fine on Saturday. I finished streaming Still Wakes the Deep, set it to upload, was absolutely fine. I went to bed, I had my fan on, it was quite nice. I woke up, blistering migraine. I just couldn't. Coupled with the heat, I was sick to my stomach, and I couldn't. It was unbearable. It was a little better yesterday, but still not great. So I was like, I just don't think. I'll be completely honest. I didn't do as much training for the Sonic 2 stream as I thought. I promise I will not take advantage of this extra time, because that's not in the spirit of the thing. But also, I've vastly underestimated how difficult it is to speedrun Sonic 2. I'll go into it more. We will do it. It'll either be Sunday or Monday. Reason being is I can't stream tomorrow or Thursday. And Friday and Saturday we're playing Elden Ring, because I can't not play Elden Ring. I thought we had to mute so many people because I kept seeing Elden Ring stuff just all over the place. And so I was just like, I can't wait longer than a week. So Friday and Saturday, we're playing Elden Ring. I will see, because I'm planning on doing a 12-hour stream on Saturday of Elden Ring. I'll see how I feel on Sunday. If I can't be bothered on Sunday, basically, we'll do it Monday. We'll definitely do it Monday. If I can be bothered, we'll do it Sunday, to make up for not doing it this Sunday. But that's the current plan. But we will do it. I think I can get an okay time, like, not bottom of the leaderboard, and, you know, actually finish the game. But yeah, there's like lots of bits that I'm there's lots of bits that I have underestimated, but we'll go into that. Anyway, we're back to Final Fantasy 14. So what did I miss in chat when I was reading Dr. Disrespect? Oh yeah, no worries, Regret. I was when I shouted I have been sick. I was just messing around. I mean, I have been sick, but it's fine. Yeah, I know. I think you said the other day that you don't use Twitter, so I figured. I thought, oh man, Regret is not going to see this, and then he's gonna wonder where I am. But yeah, no, I'm feeling a lot better today. It's still very hot though. Apparently it's supposed to be very hot tomorrow, and then it's supposed to start getting cooler again on Thursday, which I am glad for, because I'm currently moving around the house with my fan and plugging it and unplugging it as I do different things, because it's just I cannot handle heat very well. I'm very, very bad with heat. So the sooner it goes away, the better. And we're only in June. Oh, we're gonna have a heat wave. I know we are. I have a new emote for when your AI buddies decide to mouth off. That's a solid emote. Anytime they're up. Yeah, you're gonna be posting that a lot, I think. Roy dying hit you hard, we understand. Yeah, I really... The shock of Roy going into an insulin coma and dying. Just really spoilers, by the way, for Still Wakes the Deep. If for any reason you're watching this VOD and haven't watched Still Wakes the Deep, I don't think there is anyone. Not many people watch the Final Fantasy 14 VODs, but sorry, Roy dies. You know, deal with it. Preview the Elden Ring string. Jacket's really hard. Yeah, I've heard it's been an interesting week of discourse. I will say, actually, it's a thing I hate to say, but is actually accurate in this one. People that I've been seeing articles about people complaining that people have been review bombing the Steam page for Shadow the Erdtree because it's hard. That's not true. Apparently, the DLC has brought in like a bunch of technical problems to the PC version from. That's not the case. There's apparently the DLC brought in a load of technical problems, and there are reviews of people complaining about how hard it is, but a lot of the reviews that are negative complaining about how it's like destroyed their frame rate, even in like non-DLC areas. So it has been a bit misconstrued, but there have been a lot of people complaining about it being really, really difficult. I'm going to be playing on the Xbox, so I don't have any of that issues with technical problems. And yeah, I have heard it's really hard. The other thing is as well is apparently there's an item that you're supposed to go and get to level up, and people aren't doing that. And like even it wasn't the official Elden Ring account. It was an Elden Ring update account that was poking fun at people. But there's like a special like upgrade item that you're supposed to use. You're supposed to go and track down and use if you get like stuck, and people aren't doing that, and they're just like they're not exploring and beelining to the bosses basically, and they're running into a lot of trouble. That apparently is what's happening. I will find out firsthand on Friday. This is all the information I sort of bled through my attempts to avoid spoilers. It's so annoying because I see people post like loads of like out of context clips, and I'm like, no, don't click on that, don't click on that, don't click on that. It's like I really want to see the context of the clip, but I don't want to get spoiled on any of the bosses or anything. So come Friday and after Saturday, I should be hopefully caught up. Well, apparently the DLC is like 60 hours long, so yeah, July's going to be quite Elden Ring heavy, I guess. So settle in. What I might do is, since I'm not playing Final Fantasy 14 next week, is just do, other than Sonic 2, is just do Elden Ring all week to try and get like on top of it, because I don't want it to linger too much, but I do also want to beat it because I beat the original and I really like Elden Ring. It's supposed to be very hot here tomorrow too, most unpleasant. Yeah, it's that time of year, isn't it? And it's yeah. Yeah. It's the exact same thing. Load of technical opposition, it's really hard, yeah. You told people like 100 times the DLC scales with you. Well, yeah, so there was like lots of pre things. It was like, it doesn't matter how much you level up, you have the DLC, there's a new whole leveling thing. I mean, part of it is also just going to be that people are going to be out of practice. Like, I haven't played Elden Ring since I beat it. I beat it, got the 1,000 gamer score. I tracked down like a couple of bits that No, actually, I think I did all of them I think I did all of them between streams. I think when I finished the stream of Elden Ring, Oh no, I did do a couple of... Oh, hello. I did do a couple of endings. I leant on the stick. I did do a couple of endings off stream, but generally since I finished streaming it, like whenever I finished streaming like 2 years ago, I haven't played it. So I'm going to be massively out of practice. But also my well, it's fine. Also my scrub build is going to be well, it's going to be need to be replaced immediately. I'm gonna have, because you really have to like pick up the new armor and weapons. Apparently, you can kind of make do with the stuff you've got, but I mean, apart from anything else, it'd be boring if I just used the same stuff from the main game all the way through the DLC. So I'll be swapping out as much as I can. Anyway, that's enough preamble. It is Final Fantasy 14 time. We have 4 Hildebrand quests to finish, and then we have 3... Hello. We have 3 Endwalker, post-Endwalker story quests to finish, and then we're done. And then the servers go down, I think like 11 a.m. tomorrow morning for 2 days, ahead of the early access period on Friday, which is, you know, just it's just going to be like a week of being able to sit in a queue of 10,000 people waiting to get into the game, and then you don't notice you get in, and then 30 minutes later it kicks you out again, and then you have to re-queue, or there's a queue, or there's a queue error, and the game kicks you out. Anyway, point is, there's a reason I'm not streaming Final Fantasy XIV next week. There's also I want to stream it on the 10th, like start Dawntrail on the 10th. There's a very real chance I might not be able to get in, but we'll see what the queues are like. Maybe it'll be okay. Like, maybe the bulk of it will have sorted itself out over the weekend, and with the early access period, that'll help, but we'll just have to see what the queues are like on by a week Wednesday. Anyway, let's crack on. We've got quite a bit to do. So we're doing the Hildebrand quests. We are trying to find Poo-Poo's lost friend. Poo-Poo is an alien who has kidnapped Hildebrand, and he has made a defective, quote-unquote, clone of Hildebrand called Brandyhild, who is incredibly intelligent, but possibly lacks Hildebrand's defense. We don't know. Poo-Poo's friend, Pee-Pee. I don't know if he actually said what his friend's name was yet, but we'll assume Pee-Pee. I mean, Pee-Pee's a fair, you know, given the naming sense of Poo-Poo. Jack, eager to resume our investigations. I know I am. Do you recall that scrap of alien starship we recovered? Well, Inspector Brandyhild has employed his unsettling calculative capacity to extrapolate the damage to the greater whole, and he's concluded that the vessel would be incapable of flight without extensive repairs. Yes, we went to Garlemald because there was a Brandyhild correctly guessed that, estimated that basically anywhere that any UFO sightings that weren't Poo-Poo would be his friend, and that led us to Garlemald, and unfortunately the Garlean shot it down. Our most likely scenario then is that some unknown agent made off with the starship wreckage, along with Poo-Poo's acquaintance. Fortunately, I have a fair idea who that unknown agent might be. After all, there is a singularly shadowy cabal with a history of concealing extraterrestrial activity. Actually, let's head over to Kalma first. The Inspector and the others are staying in a dwelling there, and I'd rather not explain myself twice. So yeah, Dillion is the conspiracy nut, and he's like one of those conspiracy nuts I love in fiction, where he's like clearly, just a conspiracy guy, but he's also exactly right for the most. Like he's like 80% right, also, because he accuses the Forum of being involved with aliens, and it's like, I mean, I guess technically they are, yeah. I think it might be the really big words giving you the migraine, so I've got no one to just speak normally. Yeah. Reading this game does take it out of you sometime after a while. 'Tis horrible misfortune, Jack. Calamitous even. Poor Master Poo-Poo has fallen gravely ill. Oh, is it like in War of the Worlds? Is our climate killing him? He's so bluish-green. More so, I mean. Could he have caught a cold? I suppose it's quite chilly up there in Garlemald. Poo-Poo is an alien. Who knows what extraterrestrial diseases might be ravaging his body? Nashu's delights are the best medicine for whatever ails you, as the Inspector himself can attest. Good gods, Nashu, you'll blow our host's domicile to pieces. Put them away. Aww. But blowing things up is Nashu's only solution. Ahem, if I may, when I was cloned from the Inspector, certain gaps in my knowledge were patched with supplementary data from the Starship's archives. This information included an encyclopedic understanding of Master Poo-Poo's physiology, which should be sufficient for me to diagnose his condition. A Xenohybrid mind. A Xenoman hybrid mind. That explains the impossible calculations. So yeah, Brandyhild has a beautiful mind and can just do this. Yeah, he's great. I have it. Master Poopo is afflicted with a terrible case of the common cold. Gods grant me strength. As a visitor to Aetherius, Master Poopo has no prior exposure. Oh, it is like War of the Worlds. As a visitor to Aetherius, Master Poopo has no prior exposure to our maladies. He is thus particularly susceptible to infection and more likely to experience severe symptoms. Ah, just as I surmised. We must put aside the case until we have nursed our stricken companion back to health. Hildebrand was actually right this time. He did say it was a cold. But even if it is a common cold, isn't there a risk that our medicines do him more harm than good? There most certainly would. Based on the results of my analysis, however, I believe I can synthesize an effective remedy. We need but gather the ingredients. I need you to gather 1 leek and a tub of lube. Then ingredients you shall have. So what are we gathering exactly? Most of what we require can be drawn from Master Poopo's collected samples. Otherwise, there are only 2 which we lack. The first of these is the liver of a giant tortoise. A suitable organ can be extracted from one of the cachapa, which wander salt winds welcome. Ah, the slaughtering of a monstrous opponent. That sounds like a job for Jack. Yeah, I can kill a turtle. The other material in question is a rare fungus known as the damp shroom, which I am hoping can be found among the Great Works' extensive stock of alchemical reagents. Very well. Nashu, Dilion, and I will scour the alchemist shelves. Meanwhile, I would ask that you remain here and keep an eye on our ailing patient. Inspector Brandyhild, you're such an expert on all things Fafnir. Oh, I wouldn't say expert. Simple conclusions from simple observations. Nothing more. I love Brandhild's little poses that he does. As I said, I am hoping the alchemists have the damp shroom we need, but it really is quite rare. Once you have the tortoise liver, would you be so kind as to assist the others in procuring the fungus? Oh yeah, just make me do everything then. Then let us not prolong Master Poopo's suffering a moment longer. It seems we have a job to do. Further discussion of the abduction will have to wait. Dude must be swallowed with a sit like that. Yeah, he has got some incredible core strength. 0, like, physical ability, but just incredible core strength, like the real Hildebrand. Like, you could throw a nuke at Hildebrand and I think he'd be fine. But you could also just like, oh, I got a new mount. But you could also just like push him over and you'd win. I knocked a new mount. Yeah, I got a new robot. Look, I got this. I can ride on the back of this cool robot. And when you take off, which direction do you go? It transforms into a plane. Yeah. Unfortunately, this mount is going to get overshadowed by a new mount in like today, but you know it's still cool. Oh, I killed it. Okay, well, that's the end of that. You're gonna need to get that mushroom. Yeah, I absolutely am. Like the fact that they're like, you need to go and do this thing. The chances of me getting here and they've already got it are very slim. Stranger things have happened, though. Yeah, it's a cool robot. I get another robot for when Dawntrail releases as well as a pre-order bonus. So I'm looking forward to that as well. And they did the patch notes for Dawntrail today. And the mount for the next PvP series, I'm going to talk about PvP a little later, but The mount for the next PvPs is a little tiny Alexander. So you get to fly around on a little Alexander mount, which I'm looking forward to getting. Ah, Jack, I had every confidence you would bring us a suitable liver. Alas, the dank shrooms yet eludes us. The alchemist said the fungus has few applications, so they don't bother to stock it most of the time. And I put my keen inspector sense to work. Stand back whilst I attune myself with the essence of the dank. Just whips out a spliff. Damp. The word is damp shroon, and you'll forgive me if I have no faith in your abilities. "'Tis close, my friends, and getting closer, and closer, even as we speak. I hear you folk are in the market for a damp shroom. I might have some to sell if you're interested." "But how?" "We certainly are, my fine fellow." "Right then, if you'll give me a moment to retrieve the goods, we can finalize our transaction up on the perfumed rise." Was it genuine clairvoyance or sheer coincidence? I'm not sure anymore. Though in all fairness, when it comes to Inspector Hildebrand, preternatural perception is one of his least baffling talents. In any case, we should hurry to the rise and take this man up on his timely offer. Oh, and there's the guy still... Okay. So I keep thinking that it's more... It's kind of like a Where's Wally, but occasionally Wally just runs at the screen. I've still got my monkey as set as on my hotbar though. Hang on, I'm gonna set my. We used the monkey last week. I'm gonna set my my new robot. There we go. Because you know I went to efforts to get this thing. Oh no, that's. Wait, no, it's this way. Always like that. Someone just rarely had the patience to get me in FF7. Yeah, Alexander was one of those summons that I really like now, but I didn't really get when I played Final Fantasy games originally, because I was like, it's just a big dumb, it's just a big chunky dumb robot. This is stupid. But now I'm older, I like, yeah, this is cool. No, I was an idiot. It's a big robot castle. Ah, you're here. Good, good. And here's the damp shroom, as promised. Oh, glad we are for your assistance. Ta-ta, not so fast. There is still the matter of payment. Of course, of course. And how much do we owe you, my good man? Considering the extreme rarity of the fungus in question, I couldn't let it go for less than 1 million gil. A million gil for one measly mushroom? That's outright robbery. A bargain, I counter. You would pay a tenfold my price for the market. I thought to do you a kindness in light of your urgent need, but I am more than willing to find another buyer if you wish to spit upon my generosity. Did any of us check? Did any of us check how much money this thing was worth before we went out and tried to procure one? And ask you how fare we for coin. We're plumb out, Inspector. And then this is a prickly pickle. Where are we to obtain sufficient funds at such short notice? If only my father was a billionaire. Don't look at me. I don't know. I've never had a million gil. Sorry, a million gil wasn't. I don't have a million. I have an orchestration roll collecting problem. Gotta buy them all. Spent the last of my savings on Return to Oblivion. I'm just gonna pretend to be asleep. See, this is another one of those scenes where I'd be like, I'll give you double if you don't say another word. Sleep. If that's the way of it, then I shall beg father for the necessary amount. Saving Master Poo-Poo's life is worth every gil. Give that man nothing. I don't know who this is. who this is. We have you now, deceitful scum. Your swindling days are over. Yeah, again, we really should have checked what the market price was for the mushroom before we just assumed that 1,000,000 gear was the correct amount. Odds at hand, City Guard at your service. We'd received reports of this man's questionable activities and have been keeping a close eye on him ever since. Damn shroom is a rare find in the bazaar, to be sure, but only because there's no real demand for it. The price this charlatan quoted you was, quite frankly, ludicrous. Thanks to your ignorance and poor judge of character, we were able to catch him in the act. As a token of our gratitude, you're welcome to keep the fungus, assuming you still want it. Yes, very much so. That is very magnanimous of you. Huzzah, our ignorance and poor judgment. Bah, you think I enjoy tricking fools out of their coin? If that bastard hadn't declared my job redundant, I wouldn't have needed to stoop so low. It's nothing related to the story, it's just for the recession. Blames a rising star among the merchant princes for his woes. Van Hoody, I believe his name was, purchased the trading consortium where the man was working, which led to a restructuring of the hierarchy. Put a lot of people out of work. Van Hoody, I know that name. Something about an acquisitions deal gone sour? Father was willing to sell him a slice of his Hannish empire, I think, but balked when the man offered to buy our family business in its entirety. Truly, there is no telling how deep the coffers of this Van Hoody are, nor do any know the secret of how he amassed such kingly wealth so damnably fast. There are whispers, though, that he solved alchemy's oldest and most legendary of problems, the transmutation of base metal into gold. Unlikely to say the least, but whatever the source of Van Hoody's riches, he shows no reluctance in spending them. He bought a historic temple to serve as his home and commissioned a private airship, among other extravagant expenditures. Nice for some, eh? Anyway, bye. It's time for me to leave the plot. Cool, that swindling case had barely started before you solved it, Inspector. Ah ha ha! All in a day's work, my dear Nashu. I believe our business upon this scented hill is concluded. Let us hurry the ingredients back to Inspector Brandyhill, shall we? Oh. Man, this guy will not die. I may have mollified his lordship with the secrets of divine manifestation, but the stench of failure yet clings to me. I must redeem myself in his eyes by crushing my most hated foe. Wee-hee. That guy was introduced as, like, he was like just a kidnapper of Hildebrand at the start, and now he's just the guy who ferries around Lugai's head. I know it's a living. Like I said, there's a recession on. Alright, Poo-Poo, we got the mushroom. Oh wait, wrong way. We got the mushroom. Now, bend over. Inspector Hildebrand tells me you have the liver to go along with this damn shroom. Oh yeah, I killed a turtle, didn't I? A fine specimen, thank you. I will be mixing the ingredients in the starship, so let us convey Master Poo-Poo outside, but we may administer his medicine as soon as it is ready. I wonder if we get to see inside the starship, because I think we're the only one. Well, Nashu hasn't as well, I suppose. But they keep going inside it, and they don't take what's with it. I bet the starship's been stolen. This should be this should be sufficiently remote. I'll have the craft come to us, and we can commence the treatment. Oh, they didn't park it then. It's just in space. Okay. We're really not bothered about, like, people seeing this anymore. It's like in the middle of the day on a blue sky. And we're just like, yeah, summon the UFO and teleport up inside of it. But if anyone comes over, they'll just be like, oh, it's the Warrior of Light and Hildebrand. It's nothing to worry about. There he is again in the corner. Oh, I feel so much better. I cannot thank you all enough. Master Pooper recovered his strength in mere moments. It would seem his powers of recuperation are just as advanced as his technology. I came here from another world, a stranger you've no cause to trust, and yet you've treated me so kindly. The people of this star are so very welcoming. Ah, you are our dear friend now, Master Pooper. It is our pleasure to help. Also, I just realised that Master Pooper must come from if he is from off this planet, oh, hang on. That little fella isn't hiding very well today, is he? No, he's a lot. Like I said, it's like a very bad Where's Wally. Like you can sometimes he's hard to spot, and then other times he's just front and center. But I was thinking, like, if he is truly from a different planet, then that means he's he managed to like completely avoid Meteon and the end of days and stuff. Like I guess they're maybe just they never found his civilization. And it will be my pleasure to harm. Wait, so we're just the flying head's going in on its own? We already beat it when it had a body. Again, Brad Hill utilizing the Speed Force. Oh, not fall for the same trick twice. Oh no, it's created a feedback loop. Nashu, bomb! Oh, oh. It's got destroyed again. You can't go like a single quest without losing it this time. Impudent worms, taste my full power! I'm charging my laser! I just love that Nash just had like an entire story arc in like 5 seconds about her losing at the Gold Saucer, training, and now it's all come down to this. Oh, she's still whiffed. Fuck yeah! Slam dunk from the Warrior of Light. Oh, and he's fine. Good. Nashi with the assist still counts. Yeah, she set me up, and I brought it home from downtown. It's a shame this game doesn't have a high five emote, otherwise it'd absolutely be a high five worthy thing to high five Nashi right now. I was thinking like I guess some of the Hildebrand quests are they're kind of tame, and then literally I was just like, because that was the the end of this quest, and then this part of the quest anyway. And then that cutscene happens, and I'm like, okay, no, never mind. There's no such thing as a tame Hildebrand quest. Jackie L. Jordan. Dragons from space too. There's a lot of space. I mean, there are, but the dragons came to space, and also the place, the place they were from got destroyed by Meteon. As did the robots that destroyed the dragons got destroyed by Meteon, I think, because they were both the ultimate fuel. So Meteon was quite thorough, but apparently missed Poo-Poo and his civilization, unless he's just lying that he's from space. Maybe he's just from Thavne, I don't know. You took the full force of that destructive beam, yet there you stand, somewhat singed, but apparently unharmed. I've pondered and puzzled over this inexplicable fortitude of yours, and feel compelled to ask. Are you an alien? Ah, fine jest. But I assure you I am without a doubt an Uldan-born Mandeville of terrestrial Huron stock. He's Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry and Inspector Extraordinaire. What more do you need to know? Where to begin? But never mind. We have more pressing matters. Such as locating Master Poo-Poo's missing comrade. 'Tis time we reopened the case of the silent correspondent. Yes, exactly. And I have I keep saying film theory. That's what my brain wants to say. And I have a firm theory as to who it was who took the wreckage in its erstwhile pilot. The Sharlians. Now but certain they've allied with insidious extraterrestrials, which means they'll be under orders to remove any evidence of alien activity. I wager we'll find what we're looking for in old Sharlian. We need only infiltrate their operations and expose this nefarious conspiracy. The Sharlians can't be bothered to formally ally with foreign nations, much less aliens, and the Loperids don't count. Trust me, they'd sooner flee the star than attempt to subjugate it. I mean, these are both true. But it is possible they have recovered the UFO, because they have, like, a whole team of people dedicated to doing exactly that. While Master DeLeon's theory does lack supporting facts, we have no other promising leads to pursue at present. Moreover, I understand that Sharlian sets the standards for monitoring astronomical and astrological phenomena. Mayhap their experts have been tracking extraterrestrial movements. I've spoken out of turn. Please forgive my presumptuousness. Aww. Nay, my friend, I too sense our paths point to the Isle of Archons. Pack your bags, everyone. We leave for Sharlian immediately. I love as well that pretty much every single Hildebrand like adventure involves a character who thinks Hildebrand's an idiot to start with, and then just as the course of the quest goes on, just really gets into it and just starts being part of the group. Charlian awaits. We need only charter a suitable sea vessel. Of course, but does not the city lie many days sail to the north? Is there no swifter means of reaching the destination? Why don't you guys travel in the UFO? Oh, wait, no, we do have the experimental thing, don't we? So this experimental aetheryte will allow us to teleport thither, even absent attunement. Splendid! And we shall avail ourselves of the technological marvel forthwith. Do I have to? Because I'm good. No, okay, I can just go and visit them. I imagine they were going to be sick from... Oh, actually, Hildebrand and Brand might be fine. Hildebrand and Brandyhild might be fine because of their constitution. I have no idea what this quest is. I need to... I see it every time I come to Charlian. I don't know who this lady is. So this is the city of learning. A sophisticated gentleman should feel right at home here. Ugh. How are you all not sick to your stomachs? Oh great, it's only Dillian got sick. Like Hildebrand and Brandyhill I can understand. Poo-Poo, fine, he's an alien. Nashu, I don't, there's no explanation for why. Nashu is completely normal. Otherwise, there's no explanation for why she's not sick. Experimental aetherites make travel exponentially more fun. Sometimes I feel as though I am the only normal person in this group of eccentrics. I mean, that is 100% true. But at least this is not the time to succumb to nausea. Not here in the belly of the beast. Rumor has it the Charlian secret agents travel the star in search of specimens, which they collect and bring home in service to a confidential research project. Said project is conducted in a huge underground military facility. If we're to find answers, then that's where we need to look. It's Labrinthos, not a military facility. I say, this Labrinthos sounds promising. I say we head down there and make inquiries as to the whereabouts of our missing alien friend. We simply take a lift from the Hall of Artifice, yes? And let us be on our way. I love that Hildebrand... They came over here and used the experimental aetherite, but at no point did Hildebrand think to like get a new uniform. I guess he only has so many of them. With how much she's around Hildy, there's no chance she's remotely normal. No, this is, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. She's probably inherited somehow a lot of like just. I don't know. I was googling some stuff about Goldbert because I was like, how strong is Goldbert compared to the Warrior of Light? And the correct answer, which I agree with, is he's as strong as he needs to be if it's funny. Basically, it's like he's not gonna ever help us fight the fight to save the world or anything like that. But if it's funny, he'll be indestructible and invincible, and no one will be able to stop him. And it's like, yeah, that's the correct answer. They had Yoshi P was asked whether we'd ever have a Goldbert trial or dungeon or anything, where with Goldbert being the final villain, and he just went, no, you'd lose. Which is again the correct answer. I feel like he should just be this existence, which is just... He's like Arail versus Vegeta. It's like Vegeta is technically stronger, but you can't win against a gag character. But they were saying that Hildebrand, because he's got all the defense and no attack, he'd be a tank. If he was a class, he'd be a tank character. So I guess Nashu's maybe just like getting passive buffs from him. Ah, these must be the lifts in question. Oh, okay. She has enough bombs to be a DPS. Yeah, they make a good And there's no healing needed. Exactly. They make a good duo. Like, Hildebrand draws aggro and takes all the attacks, and Nashu just blows them up. Do we descend into Labyrinthos, sir? Oh, apologies. But your companions must also secure the proper permissions before we can allow them entrance. If it is assurances you need, then surely a single glance is all you require to trust us judge-worthy. Judge us trustworthy. I think I said trust us judge-worthy. I could certainly make some judgments, but it's neither here nor there. Admission to Labyrinthos is subject to foreign policy. You're the ones who should be judged. I know you're hiding aliens and xenotechnology in that underground base of yours. Admit it. Xenotechnology? I sincerely have no idea what you're talking about. Oh ho, yet again do our paths cross in most serendipitous fashion. I think I can guess who this is. Oh no, it's Godber. That isn't who I thought it was. Father, what business brings you down to Sharlayan? I'm in search of a certain object, one crucial to the continued refinement of the Mandeville weaponry. My investigations led me to believe it is to be found here in Labyrinthos. And as you seem to have business down below, this is my son and his bosom companions. If I vouch for their character, will you kindly allow them to board the lift? Ah, Master Godbert Mandeville. The Forum sent word of your impending arrival. As a member of the Syndicate, your ambassadorial status affords you an entourage of up to 5 members. Pray consider their permissions arranged. Okay, so good to know that my status as hero of the world doesn't give me 5 guest passes. I know not your current mission, but for the time being, I suggest you accompany me to the Archeon. Oh, but not the stalker. He's like, oh, I can't stalk. That man just does not own pants. No. I think if the game allowed it, he would be a nudist. And he's just, you know, he's kind of made a compromise in that he will, at the most, wear underwear. At the least wear underwear, at the most wear short shorts. 5 and a mascot. Well, I already have a pass. The forum already said okay to me, so it's... But I mean, we could easily pass Poo-Poo off as a minion. I just recall my little wind-up Hildebrand. From what Father tells me, this storage facility is replete with samples and specimens collected from every land in Etheris. If anyone has information concerning visiting aliens and crashed starships, it would be these studious folk. A shiny silver saucer. I'm sorry, but we have no record of any such object in our archives, either whole or in part. Or so you would have us believe, but the purpose of this complex, this military fortress, is plain. You cannot deny that you're conducting secret research on alien starships. We are not conducting secret research on alien starships. Yes, we did build a starfaring vessel in Thalmuzian, but it was neither for military purposes nor of extraterrestrial origin. Disguising your foul lies with a sprinkling of the truth, are we? Fine, I'll dig up the facts myself, and then everyone will hear what you're really up to. Well, I cannot assist you with your missing craft. I do recall seeing an individual of like appearance to your companion here. You do? And where was this, pray tell? I don't know how to say that. Merial Argonomics in the medial circuit. The lift at the back of the building will take you down there. Many thanks, my good man. Well, it seems you've found yourselves a solid lead. I have my own search to attend to, so I shall bid you good hunting and good day. Another round of in-depth inquiries by the Agent of Inquiry. And friends, is... Oh, and friends is in order. To Merial Ergonomics we go. Oh, it's sad not seeing the Stalker in the background anymore. Oh, they just teleported me down there. That's nice of them. Oh. I clipped my shiny new robot on the lip of the tower thing there. Whee! You there? Your description would lead me to believe you're looking for one of the Mandragoras hereabouts. But if, as you say, it's something else you're after, then I'm not sure I can be of much help. I've only just started working here, so you may have more luck asking the older hands. Older hands. Ah, you must be talking about one of those new Mandragora strains. We worked up a bash of bright blue stray onions, but I'm afraid they started to rot almost immediately. Not a mandra, you say? Well, the only other bluish thing I can think of around here are the grapes. Look how luscious this crop turned out. Yes, so luscious. Oh, mighty low poly grapes we missed there, I know. It's fun because, like, yeah, when all that was going on, I had just started, so I was still working my way from around where I was born, and I was like, why are people complaining about grapes? It'd be nice to experience, like, the stuff people complain about in Dawntrail firsthand. Yeah, it's the little blue man. Saw with my own 2 eyes, I did, and it was no Mandragora. A gleaner in the company of an outside visitor passed through a little while back. Nothing too unusual there, only this friend you described was scuttling along with them. I don't know what purpose brought them to the farm, but whatever it was, they didn't tarry here long. Oh, just imagine how much low poly food there's going to be in the Dawntrail continent. I can't remember what it's called. Wonderful. That corroborates the information I but moments ago skillfully squirreled out of this farmer. She claims to be an acquaintance of the gleaner in question, in fact, and will bring him to talk to us shortly. Let's round up the others. We should all be present to hear what revelations this professional collector has to share. You're the folk asking about the little blue man, yeah? Oh, and you brought someone who's practically identical. You must be the same species, surely. My friend was really here, then? They certainly were. If you've a moment or 3, I'll tell you the whole tale. To begin at the beginning, I was in Thavnir on procurement mission when I crossed paths with an apothecary and his unusual companion. As I mentioned, the companion was almost your twin in appearance, and the wagon they rode upon bore a damaged vessel, the likes of which I'd never seen before. Could it be? As a collector by trade, I have a certain weakness for oddities, thus did I hail the apothecary to inquire after his company and his cargo. The man was only too happy to share his story. He had, it seemed, quite recklessly plunged into the war-torn lands of Garlemald to sell his wares, reasoning that where there was conflict there would be a need for medical goods. The state of affairs was rather more volatile than he'd anticipated, however, and he was soon forced to abandon his venture, and so the apothecary began his long trek home, only to shortly thereafter discover a strange silvery ship and its shaken pilot crash-landed in a snowfield. It cannot be a coincidence. The story continues. After extricating the battered vessel and its occupant from the snow, he brought them home to Radzat Han. His guests wished to make repairs to the craft, yet even amongst the wonders of the bazaar they struggled to find suitable parts. Hearing this, I suggested they bring the wreckage itself to Labyrinthos, and after they agreed to the idea, I escorted them here myself. Alas, even the Thamesian engineers who worked on the Ark were stymied by the exotic ship, finding its technology impossible to comprehend, let alone replicate. The little blue fellow eventually resorted to drafting schematics. While the engineers followed the steps-by-step to craft the essential bits and bobs, the apothecary and his companion were waiting here in Merial. And then what happened? Well, once our industrious visitor had what they needed, they repaired the vessel in a twinkling. The pair then departed almost immediately, and I've seen neither hide nor hair of them since. I'm told the apothecary paid a handsome sum for the engineer's services, but, being typical Charlians, I wager they would have happily forfeited the coin for a chance to pore over every square inch of that ship. Now, I'm no scientist, but I'm beginning to think that such an incredible vessel must have been some kind of starfaring craft, and that little blue man, well, he must have been an alien from another world. Yeah. Well, so I'd like to believe. I'm an avid reader of the Favnerian truth, you see, and love to entertain these idle flights of fancy. A subscriber! But I've rambled on too long. There are errands to attend to, and I really must take my leave. Good fortune to you. Okay, so he's alive, and they fixed his ship. Can it be true? I have a readership in Charlian? Perhaps I've misjudged these people. "'Twould seem your comrade is hale and healthy, Master Poo-Poo, in the company of a Hannish alchemist of undisclosed description." "Yes, this is wonderful news. I'm grateful indeed that we made the journey." "I have a feeling this case will soon draw to a close. Come, let us return to Rad's at hand and continue the search." I am gonna guess that his friend has fallen in with the group backing the big giant robot. To summarize our findings, we now know Master Poo-Poo's friend is safe and in the company of a Hannish gentleman, and possibly here on this very isle. Oh ho, that does sound promising. Yeah, I figured it was Godberg again. "Father, you've returned to the city. I trust this means your own investigation was successful?" "That it was. Though laying hands on the object of my desire has been a long and frustrating ordeal, to say the least. Much painstaking research revealed to me the existence of a hereditary Mandeville relic, within which slumbers the secrets of weapon augmentation. Yet, though I turned our ancestral home upside down, I failed to unearth the artifact in question. The reason for its absence became clear when I chanced upon the journal of one of our forefathers. He wrote of a visiting scholar's keen interest in the relic, and how he thus surrendered it into Charlian's safekeeping for study. The trail led me to Labyrinthos. As it turns out, the Charlians never did find time to conduct their analysis. The custodian and I found the curio chucked away in a dusty corner of the Archeon, still awaiting processing." Okay. And here it is. An oddity every bit as perplexing as Godbrand's cipher-bound manual. Why are we to liberate its hidden wisdom? This is like an iPad to Poo-Poo. "Oh, I can help you with that. These devices were made by the Mandevillians, a starfaring race with whom we once traded." Starfaring? Mandevillians? "Yes, a highly evolved species with a mastery of advanced technologies. Our people shared ideas and inventions, so I'm quite familiar with your family's relic. If you so wish, I can have the device project whatever images were stored upon it. A darkened room would afford us the clearest view, however." Okay, so it's entirely possible that Hildebrand may be descended from aliens. "Then let us retire to our rooms in camera and dim the lanterns. We must behold these secrets in optimal conditions." Oh, there he's back. Mandevillians. A coincidental naming, or is there some deeper connection? Just like, I don't know. Bye. Everyone comfortable? Let's see what the device has for us. Be awkward if the batteries were dead. So, oh, we're gonna have to get a new battery from space. Hang on, there's a. I noticed a slight. There we go. So there's a slight, like a pixel line width gap underneath me, and I know. When as soon as I notice something like that, it's like I have to fix this. I can't pretend it doesn't exist. Flashback. I love it when films do that, when they just like flash them and they just have a white fade in, and you're just like, dilate. I need to come up with a slightly different Godbrand voice now. I am Godbrand, wanderer of the stars and weaponsmith extraordinaire. First Lord of House Mandeville. This is the Godbrand, our founding father. I record this message that my descendants may know the truth of their cosmic origins. The tale is long, but I bid you watch until the very end. Okay, wait, this explains Hildine's dad, but how do we explain his mom? She's just built different. Heirs of mine, I am not a man born of this star, or even a man at all. I am of the Mandevillians, a race which hails from the far side of the great expanse. I love these super photographic horror faces they've been using for this set of quests. But I also love the fact that this guy's from like a spacefaring race, and yet he still has to do like a little puppet show. He can't. He's just like, I couldn't do like a PowerPoint or an animation or anything like that. It's like, no, I got little silhouettes on sticks. Mandevillians are parasitic symbionts. We can only survive by bonding with other life forms. Bomb. Once our essence has taken root, we supplant the host's mind and strengthen its physical structures, imbuing our new form with a steel-like resilience. I knew there was something alien about that impossible imperviousness. Then, through the conjoining of compatible host bodies, we produce offspring, which harbour the next generations of Mandevillians. This symbiotic variant eventually takes to the stars in search of potential new vessels, adapting and multiplying. So it was that our race proliferated and spread throughout the cosmos. Until, tragically, our flourishing civilization was brought to an abrupt end. Okay, so I guess Meteon did find the Mandevillians. Every planet upon which we Mandevillians resided was visited by an inexplicable calamity. Our societies were brought to ruin by life forms suddenly twisted into horrific nightmares. That sounds rather familiar. So even stars far removed in time and space were ravaged by the final days. Desperate to avoid the same fate, a comrade and I boarded a ship and fled upwards into the starry night. We flew and flew until we found a planet, your planet, untouched by the phenomenon, but the rigors of the journey had so damaged our craft that we were forced to make an uncontrolled descent. I alone crawled from the wreckage, badly injured and near death. But even as I resigned myself to perishing on this unfamiliar world, I was found by a man who had come looking for the falling star. So did he parasitize him? I don't know what the verb would be. As a rule, Mandovillians do not take intelligent life forms for hosts. After hearing my story, however, this sympathetic gentleman offered to become my vessel of his own accord. He was himself afflicted by an incurable malady, and with little time left to live, seemed content to know that his ailing body could provide safe haven for another. With his blessing, I set about transferring my essence. The man's form was revitalized and purged of its fatal frailty. Yet the mind which dwelled within was now my own. I went on to build a new home for myself here, making use of my people's technology to ply the blacksmith trade. I wed a local lass, and together we had a child. Though not pure Mandovillian, our offspring exhibits the same enhanced physiology. A boon I suspect shall be passed down for generations through the bloodline of House Mandeville. Okay, so typically they would mate with two of them would take over a vessel, and then they would mate and create a new vessel with a host inside. Would create a new host child with a parasite inside of it already. But because he was the last of his kind and he had to mate with a human, there was no... Yeah, the offspring is just... They don't have... what I'm saying is, I don't think there's going to be a scene at the end of this where Hildebrand opens his mouth and a parasite comes out. Fortunately. I think we can avoid that happening. My dear descendants, the folk of this star are most fragile. Yet as the first man I encountered did demonstrate, they are nevertheless capable of surpassing love and generosity. As the last of the Mandovillians, I have but one request to make of you. Pray employ your superlative attributes and my armory of Mandeville armaments for the benefit of these wonderful peoples whom I hold in the highest regard. I love that the Mandeville dance is... it's just that's a thing that the aliens brought with them. I think seems like brave words for a Hildy quest. You're absolutely right. It's entirely possible, I guess, that Hildy could spit out a parasite and take control of something at the end of this, but I guess we'll see what happens. God, his wife looks just like Hildy's one with a different hair colour. They have a type. She had the frying pan as well in her silhouette, so yeah, I guess goldsmiths just really like culinarians. What an astounding development. I, Hildebrand Helidor Maximilian Mandeville, shall heed the passionate plea of my illustrious forebear. No case is too big nor too small, should it be in the service to my fellow man. He learns he's descended from an extraterrestrial being, and it's still business as usual. But wait a minute, then why is Lady Julianne so monstrously strong? Is she a descendant of aliens too? Nash, you asking the questions that we're thinking. Well, well, this is most unexpected. Never did it cross my mind that our esteemed ancestor might hail from beyond the heavens. I do wonder if that self-same blood still runs thick in our veins. The family tree I glanced over some years ago suggests that... but 'tis unimportant. My present purpose remains unchanged. I will bring our Mandeville weaponry to the peak of perfection, for Godbrand, and for the good of our star. But before I forget, I have a gift for you, Jack. Pray await me at the Aetheryte Plaza, and I shall bring it to you forthwith. I mean, I'd love it if you gifted me a Mandeville weapon, but I know that's not how this quest works. I have to pay for it myself, for better or for worse. Okay, so Nashu asked the question, but Godbert just completely ignored her. Some truths can shatter the foundation of our beliefs when brought to light, but I have to say this wasn't one of them. The more staggering discovery was that I have devoted readers in Sharlayan. Those who peruse my publication are allies against the ever-expanding webs of lies and deception without exception. I have misjudged the Sharlayan people. They're not collaborators or architects of conspiracy. They're but seekers of knowledge, unafraid to plumb the depths of the unknown. I mean, surely if he's got a magazine, he has to, like, send it out to subscribers. So surely he should know that he's sending copies out to Sharlayan. That Master Poo-Poo, though, that one still has ulterior motives. I bet my life on it. Stand ready, for we shall have need of your strength when he shows his true colours. I hope you have not been waiting long. This is the gift I mentioned. Master Poo-Poo's earnest quest inspired me to indulge in a spot of clockwork craftsmanship between weaponsmithing sessions. I thought it only fitting that you be the one to care for this diminutive simulacrum. Consider it a memento of your adventures together. Yeah, I got my own little wind-up Poo-Poo. As for our Mandeville weaponry project, your assistance is still very much welcome whensoever you can spare the time. Until then, my dear Jack. As much as I enjoy having my little Hildebrand minion scuttle along after me, let's whip out Poo-Poo. Let's get my... Oh no, wait, hang on. Meanwhile, and then I'll get my Poo-Poo out. You can't just whip out your Poo-Poo on stream. I can and I will. Just you watch. So Deville, I can't remember what it's God. I can't remember what the other one was called. The alien one, the gold one. Said that there were two of them in the ship, and he crawled out. I wonder if we're going to find out that the other one survived too, and there's two lines of Mandevilles. Or maybe that actually explains why his wife's so strong. Maybe she is a descendant of the other line, but then surely that means that Hildebrand should be stronger than he is. Oh, I don't know. Lord Van Hoody, I come with ill tidings. Professor Lugai set an ambush for his nemesis, but was once more defeated. His current whereabouts are unclear. That blithering dolt. Oh, he's making clones of himself. No matter. Preparations are well underway. The manifestation will proceed as planned. Again, it's not very conspicuous to be doing this in, like... I mean, I guess it's nighttime, but... It's also like an open field. And it's quite a bright light. I like the fact that I don't know what it was, the airship filled with clones just reminds me of, like, episode 2. Begin the Clone Wars have. Extraterrestrial calamity, cosmically altered physiology, a gentleman's man, first of their clan, an ancestor of quality, our godbrand, Mandeville. Truth can be stranger than the tallest tale. I miss when they were like next time segments as opposed to just a summary of the 2 quests you did. Because it was fun just to be like, oh man, what shit's gonna happen now? Alright, last 2 Hildebrand quests. Jack, you're just in time to assist with my latest fact-finding expedition. Our recent foray into Charlian revealed that Poo-Poo's friend was in the company of a Hannish alchemist, yes? As such, I was inspired to do some preliminary legwork here in Thafnir. I contacted my usual sources for local sightings of alien phenomena, but alas, they had none to share. I have thus switched tactics and decided to track down this alchemist fellow instead. Surely someone will have heard the tale of an apothecary bold enough to set up shop on a Garlean battlefield. The inspector and the others have been pursuing a similar line of inquiry, yet have found no leads here in the city or at the Great Work. I believe they've moved their investigations to Yedilmad, so I suggest we hurry over and join them. I cannot have that little blue man muddying the waters when we're so close to grasping his master plan. Right, let's get to Yedilmad. I can recall the Mandeville dance was intended originally to lock to Lalafell, then they threw on a Hur model to see what it would look like, and it was too absurd not to not use. That is a great bit of trivia. I would have been very sad if they hadn't. Like, I'm glad that they are, like, embracing the sillier side of Final Fantasy XIV, and they're definitely. I think that definitely seems to be the case in. Oh yeah, I should use my new minion. That definitely seems to be the case in like the main scenario as well. They're definitely getting sillier with like the main scenario cutscenes. So I'm glad. I think. I as much as I love the main, I do enjoy the main story of this game. I think I would enjoy Final Fantasy XIV less, like by a whole point, if they didn't have Hildebrand. It's genuinely my favourite content in the entire game. I would just love a Final Fantasy XIV that was this, that was just this writing, and was just this sort of a level of absurdity for the whole thing. I see the two of you as eager as ever to observe my inspectorial genius at work. The long-term fans are often the most ardent. As a matter of fact, we were just about to continue our investigations into the alchemist we know to have been travelling with Master Poo-Poo's comrade. I mean, that is to say, I am merely following in the Inspector's wake. You needn't be so modest, my dear Inspector Branderhild. 'Tis wrong of me to comport myself as an equal to you all in any respect, for I am but a copy, and a flawed one at that. Stuff and nonsense. Clone or not, self-deprecation is unbecoming in a Mandeville van. Exactly. The things you can do are amazing. Oh, I don't know about that. 'Twas you who saved Jack from certain doom, was it not? While not quite as electricious as mine, your rapid reasoning is nevertheless quite effective. I don't know what word he said there, but 'tis kind of you to accept me, rough edges and all. I only hope my meager contributions are of some small assistance. It means fast. Okay, thank you. Too modest by day, I'd say. Too modest by half. I'd say his mental faculties far surpass those of the original. That's enough chin-wagging amongst ourselves, I think. Let us spread out and learn what the locals know of this adventurous apothecary. See, that's why I like Hildebrand, because they could very easily they may make him like, you think he's aware of the fact that the other people are like surpass him in certain areas, and he's quite happy to claim credit still. Like, he's quite happy to be like, yes, I was just about to say the same thing. But he also is like, no, have confidence. You're fantastic. You're part of the you're a mandeville man. You're part of the family. Yes, I know the one of whom you speak. A fellow fisherman told me of his friend and of his, an apothecary, who set off for war-torn Garlemald to sell his medicines. A reckless fool, if you ask me. I have no interest in the affairs of such men, but you do, I take it. If so, I suggest you head to Usa Caig and hear the tale for yourself. Look for a redhead lad there gathering shellfish. Oakley dokley. I was just like, are my shoes squeaking? And I remembered, oh, hang on, I've just got a new squeaky minion to follow after me. Excellent. Do I know any apothecaries in Radz-at-Han? Of course, more than I can count. I've not heard of anyone peddling such goods in the heart of the Empire, though. Seems like a terrible idea to me, with the civil war raging and the world almost ending. The situation's improved in recent days, but even so, the Radiant Host still has to provide security for cargo shipments. A lone merchant trading there alone? Impossible. I mean, I already have the information. Do I need to talk to more people? I know of many merchants who travel abroad to ply their wares, but none who have had business in Garlemald. You'd have to be mad or desperate indeed to consider that setting up shop in that troubled land. I mean, word is we've signed some kind of trade agreement with the Garleans, but it's still not the kind of place where one wanders in and opens a street stall. Oh, there they are. Oh no, there's two of them. He's trying to wave at the original. It's just like, if I just ignore him, he'll go away. Genuinely, I find the fact that they've made a tiny robot version of me deeply offensive. But they are trying to help me out, so I'm not going to say anything. Ah, Jack, I hope your questioning has borne fresher fruit than mine. Oh, a good friend of the alchemist in question, you say? Then let us gather the troops and pay a visit to this felicitous fisherman. I love that Nashu is dropping off. It's not even tiny, it's a life... Oh, you're right, yeah, it is. It's one-to-one, it's a life-size robot version. Yeah, you're right. Story of my apothecary friend. Oh, you must mean Basaraf. No, that's not how that's pronounced. Baharasaf. Well, I was near enough to calling it a day anyway, so here's what I can tell you. Baharasaf comes from a very poor family, and growing up, never had much in the way of money or possessions. I suppose those experiences are what led to his lifelong obsession with gaining wealth. After trying his hand at a succession of trades, he decided alchemy would earn him the most gil. But his stock was never sold as well. His stock never sold as well as he had hoped. So when he heard about the internal strife in Garlemald, he saw it as a golden opportunity. Surely the middle of a war was the best place to sell medicines. More like the best place for near-death experiences. He soon gave up on his Garlemald adventure, but while one would have expected him to return lamenting his ill fortune, Baharasaf was practically euphoric when I saw him again. A God's given blessing he had found in the snowfields had given him. The snowfields had given much cause to celebrate. He said he'd learned how to create gold. I must admit I laughed at first, but then he showed me a gleaming mountain of the stuff, and often proclaimed himself a merchant prince. He even changed his name to Van Hoody, a word which brings to mind the bounty of the divine. Okay, so Van Hoody is the guy who's cloning himself, and yeah, he saved the UFO. I wonder, again, if it's going to turn out that he's the other from the descendant of the other surviving Mandovillian, and it's going to turn out that he's family or something. Yeah. A name I have heard. He's the rising star in the markets, is he not? The one snapping up commercial ventures left and right. Yes, Van Hoody has certainly made his ambitions known here in Thavner, especially when he attempted to purchase the entire port of Yedelmad. The dockmasters declined to sell, of course, but when it comes to buying historic landmarks, a bottomless purse can open surprising doors. Last I heard, he'd converted the gilded area into a private abode, and has been filling it with every rare treasure his gold can secure. He pays out particularly large sums for artworks depicting the goddess Azura. I remember him being a fervent worshipper of hers, even as a child. I haven't encountered much Manusia and Myogri lore at Rad's at hand, yet I recall no mention of this Asura. Well, that's hardly surprising. As a deity of war, she is not well loved by the common folk. Baharasaf is different, though. He sees life as a constant battle to amass wealth, and it is to Asura whom he prays for victory. And damn me if she didn't listen. That once poor boy became merchant royalty, a man far too rich and important now to afford more than a fleeting moment for simple fishermen, even those who were once dear friends. If you'll excuse me, I really must leave it at that. These clams won't sell themselves, you know. The plot thickens. How about that, eh? Our sought-after apothecary and the upstart merchant prince were one and the same. Might we assume that the blessing he stumbled upon in Garlemald was a certain alien craft and its occupant? Oh lord, he coming. Sorry to intrude, but aren't you the hero who helped us when folk were turning into beasts? Well, some nasty-looking creature just showed up outside the town. One of our guards went to confront it, but I don't like her odds against that thing. That sounds like a case for Inspector Hildebrand. Come, friends, let us investigate forthwith. Not sure if that's better or worse. I guess we'll find out once we finish. Them talking about Asura, though, reminded me of something. Oh, it's this guy again. Hello. Man, are we going to have to fight this thing again? I thought you destroyed that monster. I have the situation under control, citizens. This individual bears a strong resemblance to a known fugitive, so I thought it prudent to investigate. Regrettably, he has proven less than forthcoming with answers. How many times must we teach you the same lesson, shiny skull man? Lesson, what are you on about? Bah, cease this babbling and get out of my way. Lord Van Hoody's orders are to cause trouble at the port, and I'm running behind schedule. Van Hoody, the merchant who tried to buy Yedelmad, so he put you up to this. Curses, how did you manage to deduce our dastardly plan? You just blurted it out. Silence. No one who learns of our scheme can be suffered to live. Prepare to be squashed, meddlesome worms. And resolved. Oh, never mind, there's more than one. 3 more sinister skullmen. Was the doctor a quadruplet? Hey! It's Mommy Brand. Oh, this is close. I, for one, am shocked. I mean, he's on the beach, so at least it's kind of somewhat fitting. Mother? Vexatious vermin, this will soften you up. Ah, unlucky hit. Well, I am a level 50 culinarian. Oh. I whiffed. See, Nashu knows explosive. She knew exactly how long she had to run away. One last pitch. Yeah, bada. Unlimited heavy hitter special. I love that there's absolutely nothing, by the way, stopping Godbert or his wife from like just jumping in and. But that was my fastball. Just like taking that last robot out. They're just like, no, let's see how this plays out. I want to see what the Warrior of Light can do with a frying pan. I've come to expect Father's sudden appearances, but what brings you here, Mother? A proposition from that merchant Van Hoody. As a matter of fact, I'm accompanying your dad as a manager for Mandeville and Mandeville, and we were just on our way back to the bloke's mansion. I've already refused Master Van Hoody once before when he tried to buy out our commercial empire. This time, however, the deal concerns offloading a quantity of gold at wholesale prices. It's quite an attractive offer considering fine jewellery is our stock and trade, and we thought to at least listen to his proposal. That's Wally. She got so excited when that first one got through. She knew exactly what was up. When it concerns explosives, then yeah, Nashu she is thrilled. She's tickled pink. But it would purposely command his lackeys to disturb the peace. But he would purposely command his lackeys to disturb the peace of a public port. We can't do business with a thug like that. Absolutely not. Where did all those lackeys come from in the first place? Is there a hulking, weaponized brute manufactory around here somewhere? As I suspected, my ship's vaporization beam is configured to expunge only replicated matter. So you can copy inorganic materials as well? How interesting. Once the matter duplication facility has analyzed an object's molecular structure, it can generate any number of copies. Yet it cannot create matter from nothing. A requisite supply of ether must be on hand to facilitate the process. Core, you sure do know a lot about it, Inspector Brandhild. Even alien starships. It is no great achievement. As I've mentioned, the gaps in my knowledge were patched with data from the starship's own archives, which include the vessel's full schematics and functions. Assuming I understand this correctly, is it possible Van Hoody is using the repaired alien craft to replicate piles and piles of gold? We share the same suspicion, Master Delion. To my knowledge, no other method exists that can reliably produce precious metals. Of course, 'tis the obvious conclusion. That being the case, one might further assume that Van Hoody is either threatening or deceiving Master Poo-Poo's comrade in order to gain access to the vessel's superior technology. But our course of action is clear. We march right up to this gold spawner's front door and demand the release of his extraterrestrial hostage. Our citizen to put stock in the unsavory rumours I'd heard, but this unprovoked attack on the port would seem to be incontrovertible proof of Van Hoody's villainy. I didn't mean to talk to Godbert, but now that I have, I'm going to talk to others as well. Good to see you, Jack, and good to see you still keeping company with our darling boy. That blocky lad, a new friend of yours, smooth off the edges, and he'd be the spitting image of our Hildy. I am given to understand that while identical in appearance, the craft belonging to Master Pooper's comrade is equipped with more advanced technology. That was a smashing hit, Jack. Okay. We must confront this malicious merchant at once. If your heart's set on confrontation, then you may as well come with us. Van Hoody's invitation included a private airship flight to his new estate. Aye, we still need to formally reject his deal anyways, and his pilot will be waiting. Alright. Final quest. Shall we on our way? We're to meet Van Hoody's pilot atop the rise just south of Katyaya's footsteps. So yeah, them talking about Asa reminded me of something that I read this week. There was a... there's a... oh, I can just fly over there. Someone posted a screenshot of the description for the wind-up... in fact, I might have the minion itself. It was the snake goddess. I do have some of them, but I don't know if I got this one. Oh yeah, Lakshmi. Created to epitomise Lakshmi's flawless beauty, a certain minstrel prone to wandering flippantly deemed it not to his liking, ultimately driving the original craftsman to take his own life, and leaving his apprentice to hastily touch up the features. So someone was sort of just like, what the fuck? And apparently that is an allusion to the actual design process of Lakshmi. So when they designed her originally, they made her sort of more akin to East, I guess, Asian, like, artwork. Basically, they made her thick. They made her a lot, like, chunkier than she currently is. And Yoshi P, because this was from an interview with two of the other people who work on it, described him as a certain director with lots of jewelry came jangling in, and basically said, "No, I don't like it. Make her sexier." So then they changed. They then slimmed Lakshmi down into what they call the college girl version of Lakshmi. But when they were creating Lakshmi's theme, they also didn't know which version of Lakshmi they're going to do. So they had the person who sung Lakshmi's song sing an original version and a college girl version. Basically made her voice sound a little more youthful, I guess. And apparently I can't remember exactly how this story ends. That Yoshi P won insofar as everyone else liked the original version, but he liked the college girl version, so they used that in the game. But the song, he liked the college girl version, but everyone else liked the original version, so they used that. But the college girl version does exist somewhere, but hasn't ever been released. So yeah, Lakshmi was supposed to be thick originally, and Yoshi P said no, make her sexy, but apparently he also did it quite last minute, so they had to like really rush to fix the design in time for the release of Stormblood, I guess that would have been. Hence the description of the minion. Lord Godbert, Lady Julian. And entourage. Pray excuse our presumptuousness. My son and his companions insisted that they come along, desperate as they were to meet with the illustrious Master Van Hoody. I see. One moment, if you please. Yeah, it would have been Stormblood, because yeah, that was when the Snake Ladies were introduced. I need to do I need to do all of the tribe quests, although they're now being renamed again, because they renamed them at the start of because they're originally beast quests, and now they're tribal quests, and they're renaming them again to allied races quests, I think, or they might just be called. They might just be the ones in Dawntrail are called allied races. As allied culture, is that what they're calling it? I know that I saw that they renamed it on the patch notes today, but yeah, they renamed them again. I need to do all of them at some point because they've all got triple triad cards behind them. But I especially need to do the Snake Lady quest because one of the rewards you can get from the Snake Ladies is you can get a maid for your accommodation, which means I can have a Snake Lady wearing a maid costume in my apartment, which is, you know, really all I need, considering I can't put anything else in there. Lord Vahudi should be glad to welcome you all to his home. Pray step aboard and I shall take you there directly. What man needs more? Exactly. Yeah. A soft bed, a portrait of Hildebrand and Nashu, and a lovely pair of snitties. I'd rather have a harpy, but you know, Snake Lady's acceptable. Harpy, you know, if you go in Monster Girls, Harpy is a perfectly acceptable choice. You know, there's not really any going wrong with Monster Girls, Snake Girls, Spider Girls. It's all good. Welcome, honoured guests, to my humble abode. I trust the view is to your liking. Since you travelled all the way from distant Uldar, a pleasant backdrop to our talks was the least I could provide. And what an unexpected boon this is. I've been debating when to extend you a personal invitation, but now here you are like a wish come true. Are you talking to me or Poo-Poo? Save your act for the magistrates, Van Hoody. We know the secret of your ill-gotten gold. You will cease this exploitation of alien technology and release your hostage into the care of Master Poo-Poo at once. Unraveled all my schemes, have you? Good. I needn't waste my breath on tedious explanations, then. This is Master Poo-Poo, I presume. I do have this fellow alien here with me. Here with me, yes. As for exploiting their technology, I freely admit to duplicating a quite frankly obscene amount of gold, but that was merely the beginning. Imagine making copy after copy of the deadliest weapon in existence. Would not the world itself be yours for the taking? Let's get straight to the point. I want you at my side. With the vaunted Warrior of Light as the template for my clone army, we could conquer this and every other land in creation. That's not a bad idea, actually. No, I refuse, categorically and empathetically. Or emphatically. Not empathetically, that's different. A pity, yet I anticipated you would prove an impediment to my ascension. Yes, it seems the time has come to test Lugai's ritual of manifestation. All was prepared long in advance of your coming. This tower holds not only mundane treasures, but also caches of crystals. Oh, is he going to primal up Ashura? It's been a while since we fought a primal. Well, I guess Heidelin was one, but still, it's been a while. It's been a while since someone summoned one in front of us. As for the requisite congregation of worshippers, well, I had but to clone myself. After all, who is more devoted to my cause and my goddess than me? I've said this before, but I think it would be interesting if one time, because like the Warrior of Light has become like such a heroic presence within the people of Eorzea, I think it would be great if they accidentally summoned a primal version of the Warrior of Light. And I know you fight the Final Fantasy I Warrior of Light in Shadowbringers, but I mean like a... I don't know, either just like you just fight a giant monster, a version of yourself, Or, but I guess that wouldn't really work with obviously everyone being different races and stuff. Or you just fight kind of like an amalgamation of what people think the Warrior of Light looks like. Or they could just make it a trial and you just fight yourself, I guess. An instance rather than a trial. And you do just fight a copy of yourself. Anyway. Divine Ashura, take up thy blades and wage war upon mine earthly rival. It's nice that they've managed to sort of distill primal summoning down to just like a remote control. Like, there's loads of different races that have to do all these like tribal summonings and stuff, and he's just like, activate primal. That's kind of a thing in 11. You find an alternate timeline version of yourself. Oh, that's quite cool. Yeah, an alternate timeline version. Okay, yeah, that'd be interesting as well. I just like fights against like shadow versions of yourself. I think it just stems from like fighting like evil Link. We're establishing Hildy Quest no less that you only need one person to summon something. Gilgamesh did it. That's true. Yeah, Gilgamesh. Well, Gilgamesh was kind of a special case because Greg really friggin' loved that chicken. But yeah, I mean there are still instances of like, I guess what's her chops who could turn into Shiva. She could do it kind of at will, but she did need like a group of people to primal her up in the first place. But once she'd done it once, she could do it again and again. But yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. You could if someone if there's enough crystal and enough ether, and someone believes in that thing ardently enough, they can. Nay, Hildebrand, against a primal we may be more hindrance than help. We dare not remain within its sphere of influence. Best of luck, my friend. I must make a gentlemanly withdrawal. That gentlemanly withdrawal honestly sounds like what Hildebrand says when he needs to take a shit. Oh, she has 3 faces. I know you from Zoro in One Piece. It's genuinely how I know of the character. Well, you know, the god. I guess also Ashura's Wrath, but that was a big guy, and he was a robot, I think. Okay, so we do have to... Oh, hang on, I'm queued for PvP. So we have to do the Gilded Area. I don't know. It's only 11:15. Well, it is the night before Dawntrail goes down, so I don't know how many people are actually like doing this. I had a hell of a time getting the battle on Big Bridge. Never mind. Never mind. I didn't even have time to read about the trial, so never mind. I didn't even get to finish saying that I had a hell of a time queuing for the Battle of Big Bridge. And so it just managed to find a party. Credit for trying. Well, hopefully this is... Thank you. But hopefully this is on the simpler side. Oh, I love Katana Spark's profile.
I am Asura, and on battle I thrive. Have you the courage and strength to face me?
Yeah, I have the courage and the strength. What up? Ah, I'm gonna assume that's an undodgeable, avoid. Yeah. You know what I mean.
You dodge, or will you bleed?
It's so hard to tell whether I'm dodging this one or not. Okay, yeah. because of my stance, it's quite wide.
The frail shall fall.
You don't get many
You've not time to
tomestones for
blink.
this one, which makes me wonder if it is quite easy. Oh, everyone's moving. Didn't quite get out of the way of that.
Tremble before the might of the minutiae. Come forth, embodiment of carnage.
Okay, she's summoning something.
Revel on the bloody field.
Oh,
of
she summoned a
war.
big version of herself.
The spirit of battle awakens. Dark is the lesson. The weak shall perish. Hear the gleaming edge.
Okay, I mean, not to jinx myself, but the mechanics so far seem pretty... Oh. I backflipped onto the outer edge.
Upon you.
I guess that kills you. She told you about the gleaming edge.
Behold,
I maybe didn't think I was going to backflip quite that far. Okay. Over here. Back over here. Back over here. I think. Oh, come on, I thought I did that. Well, the tanks and the... I survived until the last one, which is more than a lot of these guys did. So I'll take at least...
I will scatter your bones.
Yeah, less time to move than it looks. Yeah, I thought I was doing alright there, but yeah, I guess I took that last one, I just snagged me.
Show me your steel.
If you get me up, I can res... Well, I mean, I'd have to recover my ether first, but... Okay, everyone's up, so I don't have to worry too much about resing anyone.
Spirit of battle awakens.
Okay, well, I shot myself in the foot by saying mechanics seem pretty straightforward, didn't I?
Show me your steel.
What is...
Hear the gleaming edge.
Let's get this off before I die again. What? Oh, no, wrong way. I see. I realised what thing it was that indicates where that's going to fire, but I miscalled which direction it actually comes out of.
Behold the six-fold blade.
here. Oh, come on! I was on the good side. Like, damn, yeah, you really don't have... Like, you've got way less time to move than it looks like. Because I was like... She hadn't done the attack. And I was... You kind of have to move before the attack's over, I think. Rather than wait. I think that's just it. I think I'm just waiting too long to move over. I'll wait until after this pops. There we go. I mean, at least I know what you have to do there, and it's just that I'm doing it wrong. You know, as opposed to, like, sometimes where I'm just like, I don't know why I'm dying. That. That one's pretty easy to dodge. Tell the cards we need 5 more minutes, Mom. So I just read someone in chat, in the in-game chat. Oh. Dang it! I wasn't paying attention. I want a limit break. Do it. Verero 3! Yeah! That's the first time I've ever done a level 3 limit break. And I used it to kill a boss. But I died to like 5 times. Oh, someone else did it. Oh. Let's get a commendation in. Let's get the healer. I do. No, actually, I really like. Normally, I'd vote for the healer or the tanks, but I really like Katana Sparks. I really like her thing. I don't think I got the triple triad card though. Someone else snuck it for it to got it from underneath, did they? Dang it! I thought I managed to cast that. That's a shame. But yeah, that attack with the blue sides changing. The timing on that is really mean. Like it really felt like I was dodging that, and yeah, I just kept getting. But I mean, at least I wasn't the only one. Like at least like half the party also died. So I don't feel as bad. Good show, Jack. It would seem you thoroughly trounced that pesky primal. And even as we speak, Mother and Father should be informing the Radiant host of that despicable Van Hoodie's wrongdoings. But it's not like 90% of this game works. You should have totally dodged that. In fact, yeah, I guess it's like it counts as soon as she starts doing the animation for her attack. So she starts doing the animation before the animation has finished on the other side, but the Divine Asura defeated. Turn the wheel, we flee for now. I can't believe the guy who is known for killing primals killed the primal. Who is flying the starship without my permission? The treasure is mine and mine alone. You called your vessel, Master Poo Poo? No, I did not. It's my friend's ship. It's the power of my friend's ship. Like, fuck you. Guy who saved me and fixed my ship. Yeah, you have to move as soon as the prior animation starts. It's just, yeah, it's... But yay! We found Poo Poo's friend. His visually distinct friend. At last, the moment of sweet reunion is at hand. I'm so relieved to see you safe. Likewise, my friend. But why did you open fire on the airship? Didn't that man help you after your crash? He did at first. He pulled me from the wreckage and saw to it that my vessel was repaired. So in return I replicated whatever trinket he desired and taught him the basics of starship technology. But that resolved to be a terrible error in judgment. When I was infected by one of the star's unique pathogens, he took advantage of my weakened state. He seized my ship, flew me out to the jungle, and left me there to die. Oh, and there left me to die. Slowly, agonizingly, I was able to synthesize a cure for my affliction, and then I came back to reclaim my property. This experience has led me to conclude that the dominant sentient life forms here are dull-witted, cruel, and entirely unsuited for peaceful cohabitation. We must launch a full-scale invasion. It is the only way to guarantee our survival. No, they're not all like that. These ones have been nothing but kind to me. Oh yes, they're all smiles until they laser you in the back. We have to strike first before they show their true colours. Oh no. Oh, it's like Independence Day. The ship's reactor core has been breached. If it explodes, everyone in the vicinity will be atomized. And we're all in the vicinity. One last beautiful mind from Brandyhild. Oh no! Think, damn it! That's not his voice. Think, damn it, think. If I'm to stop the explosion, I need to traverse the considerable distance to the starship, but I can conceive of no logical solution. I heard you need something illogical. Oh! What's better than a beautiful mind? Two beautiful minds! Inspector Brandyhild, you must employ my father's mighty moves to propel me to the vessel. I too have calculated that Lord Godbud's signature techniques are our only means of achieving sufficient propulsion. Yet there is a flaw in your proposal. I lack the strength to properly perform the throw, and I've no time to teach you the starship's controls. Inspector Hildebrand, it is you who must fling me. Skyward as only a Mandeville can. One flaw. I lost my grip. Given my trajectory and velocity, the correct shift and posture should generate enough lift and processional motion to... Yes, I can still make it. He's become Boomerang. Brandymang. I was thinking like Hilderang, Boomerbrand, Boomerbrand's Godbrand's grandfather. But no, Brandymang is better. He's got no time to teach the Starship controls. He's just guessing. Just too late. The reactor is going critical. There's only one way to save the day. Oh, I see. He was trying to shut the reactor down, but instead he's going. I thought he was just going to try and fly it into space and blow up. Brandyhild! Inspector Brandyhild! Our brief time together was more than any defective clone could ask for. Be well, my friends. Alright, it's a good job that didn't happen when the Garlean shot it down. Or when Godbert smashed into it earlier. Is this case closed for Inspector Brandyhild? Nay, my loyal assistant. As a chip off the old gentleman, our dear Brandyhild has surely survived to tell the tale. We shall see him again. Mark my words. I mean, yeah, as a clone of Hildebrand, he probably did survive that. Like, that is Hildebrand's signature farewell, is just to explode and be T-rocketed off into the distance. So yeah, he'll be fine. He'll show up in... He's going to be in Dawntrail. He'll have been blasted to the new world. You rescued me even though I tried to incinerate you with high-intensity plasma blasts. Even at the cost of one of your own. If only I could make amends and earn your forgiveness, but alas. There is not to forgive. With his blocky constitution, Inspector Brandyhild will be just fine, I assure you. As a friend of Master Poo-Poo, you are a friend of ours, and what are a few minor plasma burns among friends, eh? Our home planet, it was lost to the phenomenon you call the final days. Okay, so they didn't escape the final days. Alright, I'm glad. Okay, they're being consistent. We survived only because we were away exploring the cosmos at the time. Our explorations, which had heretofore served no purpose but curiosity, shifted to a search for safe haven. We visited countless stars, but all had succumbed to the same insidious ruin as our own. Growing desperate, we decided to settle on any suitable... For some reason I can't get my voice to be as squeaky as I need it to be. Let me drink something, hang on, that will... Maybe that will... loosen up the vocal cords. Growing desperate, we decided to settle on any suitable refuge we could find, whether it was populated or not. If the native beings were hospitable, we would live peacefully alongside them. If not, then we were prepared to claim a new home by force. So it was that I arrived at your miraculous planet, Lulled by the apparent absence of metaphysical chaos, I blundered into a mundane war zone where I was properly shot out of the sky. The rest of you already know. Having fallen behind during our search, I hurried here when my communications received no answer. That was when I met you, Inspector Hildebrand. I was touched by the despair of the final days are reduced to beasts. Given our savage willingness to invade your star, it would seem that, in a sense, we fell prey to that despair after all. Fortunately, my encounter with you generous people brought me to my senses, an outcome for which I am profoundly grateful. That said, there is nowhere else for us to go. Would it be too much for us to ask to live here on your star? Yeah, of course. It's got loads of space. We just literally lost a chunk of the population to the final days. Like, yeah. Well, of course you must stay. And I suspect you'll be wishing to repair your damaged vessel. Mummy! Oh, Inspector, not again! Wait for me! Again, it wouldn't be a Hildebrand adventure if Hildebrand didn't blast off at the end. Oh ho ho, never a dull moment around our Hildebrand. At least we needn't worry if the ship crashes, not with an impervious Mandevillian on board. Funny you should mention that. Upon reviewing the Mandeville family tree, it was made clear that a lord without heirs of his own passed the name to an adopted child several generations ago. Are you saying that you and your son are not direct descendants of Godbrand, the alien progenitor of the Mandeville line? Then how do you explain your unnatural sturdiness? When it comes to building strength and perfecting gentlemanly technique, it is not one's lineage which matters, but rather the unbending conviction within one's heart. Though Godbrand's bloodline be broken, House Mandeville shall live on through us. Okay, so he's not a descendant of aliens, he's just absurdly strong. As is his wife. If the begoggled boy can swallow that explanation, I've also heard talk of some unseen power driven by feelings and emotions. Could be that you and Hildy have tapped into that cosmic essence. Oh, okay. Oh ho ho! If that's the case, then you must be positively swimming in it, my dear. Every thing appears to be under control here, so let us return to the city, shall we? Legs itchy. Once more do I find myself hurtling at superlative speed towards an unknown destination. Another day, another thrilling case for Hildebrand. Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. It's fine. So just naturally inclined to anima, maybe. Yeah, is that what the... yeah. I guess if an explanation was needed... Thanks to an enlightening conversation with Master Poop on the way back, I believe I have the answers required to proceed with our weaponsmithing project. You needn't neglect your other commitments, of course, but I would welcome your continued cooperation. And with that, I bid you good day. Thank you all for looking out for our beloved son. I'm sure him and the blocky lad will be back for more cases afore you know it. You've gone above and beyond for us, Jack, so I'd like you to have the one replicated starship we made. It doesn't have the duplication facility or other such technology on board, but it will carry you through the skies. Use this key to call it whenever you wish. Cool, I have my own UFO now. So I've seen people use... This is a mount that I've seen people use this mount, and I was like, oh man. I mean, I see that with so many mounts. There's so many really cool mounts that I'm like, oh man, I want that mount. And then I found out it was from this, and I was like, ah, neat. As for the two of us, we've decided to get to know our new home better by embarking on a journey of exploration. And so this is where we must say our farewells. Thank you for everything. We are fortunate indeed to have met you. Bye, little guys. Seems Poo-Poo wasn't planning an invasion after all. He even tried to stop his friend from launching an attack. I'm calling an end to this investigation, Jack. Your unfailing support during this entire ordeal has been most appreciated. Thanks to you, I was able to observe the inner workings of Sharlayan, and even travel to the surface of the moon in search of the truth. And when my own conspiracies threatened to blind me, you were there to open my eyes to the true shape of things. But this world yet harbours its share of the strange and inexplicable, not the least of which is the source of Hildebrand's impossible physiology. If not an alien, then, mayhap he's the product of a hyper-advanced civilization from the distant past, the descendant of some gruesome biological experiment. Someone needs to plumb the depths of these unexplained phenomena, and I am the very man for the job. Alright, Chief. Good luck with that. I'm sure we'll never cross paths again, because Hildebrand side characters have a tendency of just disappearing and never showing up ever again. By the way, if you ever wonder where your hitbox is, you can just target yourself. Your hitbox is a single point right in the middle of the circle. Ah, it's a handy tip. Probably not something I can utilise mid-combat, but I guess I could do it and then just, yeah, gauge the distance. Alien blood never flowed in their veins. The source of their strength, enigma remains. Dynamic folk, their clothing bespoke. A gentlemanly family, the good house Mandeville. I can't get that last bit. A true inspector is born from the heart. La 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 la. La 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 dee da da. La tra la la. Tra la la da. Tra la da da da. Tra la 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 la. Tra la 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 da 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 da. Yeah, and there's me with my Hildebrand clothes on. Hildebrand will return? He better fucking return. Don't you give me another, we're taking another expansion off before we bring Hildebrand back. He better be in Dawntrail or I'm going to riot. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't expect him to be there until 7.1, but he better be there. Or I'm going to be furious. It's just the stalker Lala who's just like, he's doing a training montage to become a better stalker. Yes, it is, okay. Maybe he's not going to be in the new continent then. Hey, salutation, Stone. Good to see you. Hope you're fine and dandy. Oh, and this is his Brandyhild. Oh, I wonder if he's going to come out like the Terminator with like bits of his face missing. Oh no, that looks like the Hildebrand legs. No, they're Brandyhild legs. Yay! I mean, I don't think they needed that. I think it was all but assured that Brandy Hill survived, but, you know, nice to have it confirmed, I guess, in a little post-credit sequence. A gentleman to walk with me. I wonder what song that is. Have a joint review with Home Bargains on July the 2nd. Oh, good luck. What happened to the bouncer job? Okay, I do have to, we do have to do the main story quest now, but I do want to also check out my new I do want to check out my new mount. Oh, there it is. Yeah. I mean, I do prefer the robot, but this is great too. It'd just be nice to have this in the rotation. All right, back to town. We've got main story. We've got 3 main story quests with no. So there's no trials or dungeons or anything we need to do in. I don't think so. No, it's just 3 quests. So it should just be cutscenes and dialogue. So it should be hopefully pretty short. You know, if each quest is like half an hour, same as Hildebrand was, we should be done by like, you know, 1 or 2 o'clock. I really hope it's not that long. And they haven't just like stuffed a shitload of cutscenes into 655, but incoming hour-long cutscene like a Ram Reborn wrapped up with. I mean, it's entirely possible. Stoking them, but the bouncer job is a 0-hour contract. I need something with hours. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Well, good luck with the interview. Hope it goes well. So I have a complaint. I have been doing PvP recently for a couple of reasons. First of all, I found out that there are emotes locked behind PvP, which I didn't know about. I found out there are mounts locked behind PvP, which I didn't know about. But also, they had the Moogle treasure trove recently, and you got Moogle tomes for doing PvP, which is how I got my mech mount. I also got a new minion in the shape of Bahamut Air, which is, I just had 7 left over, so I just bought that. So I was doing PvP, and part of the reason I was doing PvP is as I was going to get, I kind of wanted the season, they do like a set of seasonal gear for each PvP, but I kept looking at it, and I honestly just didn't like it that much, so I decided there's also a PvP set of class-specific gear, and there is a set of Red Mage gear. And I was like, oh, cool. I didn't think I thought there were only 4 sets of Red Mage gear. Turns out there's a 5th set of Red Mage gear. So I was like, awesome. Let's get that. So I've been doing PvP. I don't like PvP very much. I don't think it's very fun. I don't think it's well suited. It's okay. Like, I don't hate doing it because it's one of those things where it's like you still get, you know, something even if you fail, and it's not this low pressure. There's not a huge amount. Like, there's 24 people on a team, so it's not. I think it's 16 people on a team, so it's not a massive, you know, trouble if you fuck up because there's enough people to kind of compensate. So I did that. I got the gear set and I put it together because obviously when you're looking at the gear in the shop, you can only look at one piece at a time. And I looked at it and went, "Oh, this looks cool." And then as I put it all on, I sort of realised, hang on. This is it, by the way. I haven't got the hat because I never wear the hat, so I just bought the pieces and I put it together. And I put together a grammar plate, and I went, hang on, this looks familiar. And I realised it's just a fucking recolor of the level 70 artifact gear. Like it's just. I mean, this you can't dye, so I guess it's cool that you can get a set of dyeable version of it. But I would dye it red anyway. So it's just, I mean, it is the accents are slightly different color, like the Like the neckerchief thing is black instead of white. So I mean, there's enough. I'm going to equip it because I went to the trouble of unlocking it, and there's it's a cool looking set of gear. But I was very disappointed when I realised it was just a recolor of the set I already had, because there isn't much class-specific gear in this game. As I said, there's only four and one recolor for Red Mage, so going up to 5 with Dawntrail though. We'll wear this. Like I said, since I went to the trouble, we'll wear this for the end of Endwalker. So I think we get introduced to our new lady. So the last cutscene we had, so we finished off all of the stuff for the 13th. Zero went back to the 13th. She's going to stay there and work with Golbez to try and recover things. Good luck to them. Varshan gave his eye to Azdaia, so she's now a tiny little dragon minion. And then they had a little preview teaser cutscene with a character stepping off a ship behind Erenville, the Gleaner who we've been working with. I found out because I thought it was really. So I don't know. I sometimes just stumble upon this stuff not even looking it up. But the character model, someone hacked the free cam for the character model because you only saw the character from the waist down, and it looks like they only actually modeled the legs, and there's no torso. And it's because they knew that someone would use the free cam to try and look at the character. So they were like, nah, no, fuck you. We've just modeled legs. So you can't see who the character is until this patch. So now we'll find out. And we'll find out what's up with Kryol and what Thancred and Oriange have been scheming about. Ah, Jack, one of my clerks was just here with a message for you. The students of Bardessian require your presence in Sharlayan at your earliest convenience. Indebted as I am to our friends, I had hoped that I too might be of service, but it is you alone that they require. If you have no pressing business, pray make your way to the Bardessian Annex at once. Ojikar awaits your arrival. In the meantime, I shall continue showing Azdaia the city. From notable landmarks to the people's lives, there is still much and more for her to see. Ah! Farewell for now, my friend. I look forward to the day we set forth on another adventure together. Ka! I love the idea that Azdaia just doesn't have any of her original personality, and he's just basically like a baby dragon. It's just like, Ka! Like, yes, sister, I understand. You're right, sister. It is a lovely city. Thank you. It might be a little while before we see Varshan again. I mean, it'll be a while before we see anyone, considering we're going to a different continent in the next expansion. Back in the Realm Reborn, before they revealed Aura for Heavenswood, Yugiri was all masked up, and people figured out that the model was just a Mikote with a weird head. Ah. See, I like when they do that, because it's better than someone hacking the model and removing the clothes and being like, oh, here's the character. We've just spoiled the reveal. So it's nice that they're like, okay, someone's going to hack this, or either someone's going to hack this, or we don't have the model ready yet, so we need to put something in place. But it also has the benefit of being like, people won't be able to preemptively look at the race ahead of time. A warm and hearty welcome to you, Jack. I gather you received our message. Please wait here while I fetch Kryol and Graha. Bam, bam, bam. What's up, team? Oh, it's a rare shot of Kryol without her hood up. Thank you for coming on such short notice, and forgive us of sending you so soon after your trials in the Void. Now then, We aren't actually the ones who require your presence, but Erenville. He stopped by recently, you see, and asked us to reach out to you on his behalf. I imagine you were as surprised as we are, given that he was supposed to be away on a long expedition. Something must have necessitated a change in his plans. All he would tell me is that there was someone whom he wishes Jack to meet. He also mentioned that he would be tending to business at the studio. Shall we look for him there? Nod. Just like, right, bye. Rude. Boo. Wow, this quest is already over. Okay, well that bodes well for how long this is going to take. Although this is probably going to be like, as you say, it's probably like a half-hour cutscene now. Now then, where is Erenville?
Erenville!
Man, those doors, for their size, close way too quickly to be safe. Like, those doors must kill people all the time.
Apologies for the wait. I hope I haven't called you away from anything important. I chanced upon some commissioned items at my destination, so I thought I might deliver them.
Where did you go, if I may ask?
The New World. Tural.
I've never seen Cry with her hood down, now that I think about it. Yeah, she doesn't have it down that often, but it does happen. But yeah, it's, I like her. I like her hair, because she's got that little bow on it that you can't normally see. Tural. I gotta remember Tural. It's not even that hard a name to remember, but...
You went to Tural? Then the person who you wish to introduce...
Aye, she hails from there. I present to you...
But it seems you've lost her.
Did she wander off?
Sorry. It's just so different here. I can't help but want to explore.
Well, while you were exploring, your candidate came to us. This is him. The adventurer you crossed the seas to meet.
Hi.
Ooh, you weren't exaggerating. It's plain he's no ordinary man.
Yay! It's a big cat lady.
Clamat, claimant to the throne of Tulihuela.
Oh, and now I'm gonna have to learn how to pronounce these South American words. Tuliholol, I think she said. Tuliholol? Yolo? Holo. Holo. Tulihol. Yolo. Tulihol. Okay.
Tuliholol.
Okay, Crow just said it to Yolol. Which I don't think that's what she said. But maybe that's just her accent.
It's Tural's governing nation. The capital bears the same name.
I'll get to the point. I want you to come with me to my homeland.
Given the magnitude of the request, perhaps you should explain why you're making it?
Of course. Soon, an event of great import will be held in Tural. The rite of succession. Taking the form of a contest, it will determine who next ascends the throne. As daughter to its present keeper, I will participate. And I have every intention of winning.
Kote are cat girls, Lamat is a cat woman. Big difference, because that, yes. Yes. It's like, there's that, graph, I guess, or chart, let's say chart, of, like, that goes from like 1 to 5, and there's like different levels of furry, and it's like humans, here's a 1, Mikote a 3, and then Hrothgar's a 5.
I was searching for champions to join me when Erenville told me about you. A mighty warrior who knows no fear, who sweeps aside terrible fiends as if they were reeds, who flew to the edge of existence and saved our star.
Those are all things that I do and am.
She asked who Eorzea's greatest hero was, and so I told her. Much more elegantly, I might add.
Now you know why. You'll come to Toral, yes?
Wait, let's all just slow down.
I mean, I have nothing else on, and Emmett Selk did tell me to go there, so yeah.
Wooklamat, was it? You claim to be of the royal family, but is it not the Mamulja who rule in Tural?
Tulihyolal is a nation of many peoples. Not only the Mamulsha, as some across the seas are quick to assume.
They're lizard people, and some of them have 2 heads.
That said, its present ruler is a Mamulsha, and one blessed with 2 heads besides.
Dora is nothing if not keen to follow anything anyone tells him to do. He's a yes man. His main emotion is nodding. So yes.
He's also my father. Not by blood, obviously, but he raised me as his own, and that's what matters.
So that is the way of it. My apologies if I was indelicate.
Hardly. I know little about your land, and nothing about your parentage. But in my eagerness, I've gotten ahead of myself. I can't expect you to agree on the spot when we've only just met.
No, I'll agree. Let's go.
If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Just know, though, that if it's adventure you seek, you could do far worse than come with me.
Do you have triple triad on your continent?
No, this is only a rumor. But apparently, the contest will involve the fabled city of gold and the legendary beast, Valiarmanda. Tell me that doesn't pique your interest.
You have my complete attention. This is strictly a rumor, nothing more. Golden City, I've heard about it before. I mean, you have my complete attention, but I'll go for Golden City, because, yeah, like I said, Emmett Salk was like, you should go and visit the Golden Cities on the New World. You teach a whole new culture the way of cards. No, I need them to have. I need them to know it already, so that I can steal their cards, so I can beat them at it and then take their cards off of them, like some Yu-Gi-Oh!
Tales have reached even these
Conquistador.
I can't help but feel proud.
I advise you not to put much store by these rumors. Golden cities are not but a dreamer's fancy.
Cleo the Clash should be astrologian. Yeah, you should play cards in battle. But those are tarot cards. They're not as fun as playing cards. You know, as much as. Plus, then in battle I'd be on. I'd sync up with Oriange, and he's a nerd. I much prefer syncing up with Alice because she's a meathead like I am.
Says the dreamer who was bent on finding one when he was a child. Just because you failed doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Tulihyolal and the Golden City. Just like in the letter to Grandfather.
I am kind of interested in the Pictomancer. But I already have a ranged DPS, a ranged magical DPS, and the Viper is also a melee DPS, and I've already got a samurai. So it's like I want a tank and a healer and a ranged physical class, just so I can do for doing the class quests eventually, because Apparently, like the Shadowbringers class quests are all really good, especially the finale one. But you need to have a tank, and yeah, you need to have all of that. So it's like I don't want to waste my time doing another ranged DPS class when magical DPS. Yeah, when I already have one. So plus you start at level 80, and I thought you'd start at level 90, so you can't even go straight into the. You have to level up 10 levels before you can even do the story quest.
Regardless of what the contest may entail, it'll be no simple thing. If I'm to triumph, I'll need capable and dependable companions. So let's go on a hunt together. There's no better way to get acquainted.
Yeah, let's go. I don't know why everyone's so, like, taken aback. It's like, yeah, let's go kill some shit. I'm up for that. That's what I do. I like your axe look. So, where to for our hunt? The stronger the prey, the better. I genuinely don't think I can do a good Wook Lamont voice. I know that I generally can. Also, that guy with the rabbit ears, I wonder if he's doing, like, G-pose with her. Baba Ganoush. Caviar sandwich. And the rest of them. I mean, I haven't had caviar, but I've heard it's delicious. The broccoli flower soup doesn't look nice, but caviar canapes, caviar sandwich, and a baba ganoush. Okay, now that I've read it, it doesn't actually sound that nice. I just heard of baba ganoush before. I should take the food, because I'll need the XP boost when I start doing Dawntrail. The chance to see not only Toral, but the famous Golden City besides. This is a stuff of grand adventures, my friend. Which is not to say you should hastily accept this invitation, mind. There's still a great deal we do not know. So let us begin to rectify that firsthand, by first getting acquainted with our visitor in the manner she suggests. It absolutely would be a situation where if Grahar and Cryer weren't here, I'd just be like, let's go! Get us crack on! I'm not certain what might be a suitable location for a hunt, however. When I was at the guild earlier, I learned about a petition from researchers on the Isle of Ham. You went there not long ago and culled some unruly fauna, of course, but according to recent reports, other ordinary docile fauna have grown savage. It's believed that they've been unsettled by some manner of predator, and so the researchers seek assistance with identifying and dispatching it. As part of your hunt, perhaps you might answer the petition. I mean, isn't the unknown predator just when me and my crew stormed through it last time? The isle isn't far, and we would also be helping those in need. That works for me. Just so you know, I've honed my skills against some of the fiercest beasts in Toral. Whatever this creature is, it had better be able to put up a proper fight, or it'll end before we have a chance to get acquainted. I'm going to have to practice my Spanish accent, I think, a little bit because she's not going to be the only one who has that accent. And before we can prove ourselves capable and dependable companions... My apologies, but I must see to some preparations. Pray go on ahead to the isle. I will join you as soon as possible. She's zoomed out of that Roadrunner. If the rest of you are ready, let us head to the harbour. This being a guild ship business, it should be simple enough to secure a vessel. These are some nice glamours, though. There's some very pretty characters in this game. Oh, looking at the patch notes earlier today as well, it looks like the 4 sets of spectacles that they're sort of launching with, only one of them is sunglasses, and they're the thin sunglasses I don't like. So, the Until they add the endless summer shades to the face, to the face spot, I'm keeping my endless summer sunglasses because I just don't like any of the sunglasses. They're too ornate and thin. I reckon though there might be, since they've got this new like cyberpunk city in Section 8 or whatever it's called. I can't remember. It's got a cloud. No, it's something and a number. With this new cyberpunk city they're adding, I reckon there'll be like a cool set of wraparound shades that I can get. I've gone to the wrong pier. Hi, Yoshi. So I reckon by the time I get to that point, I'll have some sunglasses I can maybe swap out with. Because, I mean, yeah, they don't want to put that in the patch notes and spoil it straight away, do they? What up, Wook? So we have to take a ship. Ugh, and I've barely set foot on dry land. Oh well, I suppose it's for a good cause, a hunt. Come on, let's get going. Bobbing on the ship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It recommended you set aside. Oh, and it's a instance as well. I didn't think it'd be. I thought it would just be cutscenes, but I always forget instances aren't listed in the quest guides. They just list trials and dungeons.
From here, we must walk.
So much ice. It rivals even Dawntrail.
2-hour cutscene is a go. I mean,
Oh,
well,
white
you know,
bear! I wonder what it tastes like.
we'll watch it if that is the case. But I'm hoping
Remember,
it's about an
we're
hour.
here to
no
deal with
less.
creatures that have been deemed an unacceptable danger. Do not attack anything else unprovoked.
I know.
I like her. She's like Goku. She's like, ooh, I want to kill that thing and eat it.
So this is the isle where ether literally bursts forth.
Aye, the Isle of Ham. The geysers lie deep inland, however.
You really are knowledgeable. Kona told me nothing about this place.
I doubt your brother managed to come out this way. He's like to have toured facilities like Labyrinthos, however.
The great big cavern under the city. It's amazing that they could make a sky down there complete with a sun.
Tourists.
This brother of yours, he has been to Sharlayan.
He has. Kona's my second older brother, and until recently he was a student in the city. He went on and on about technological amusements. It made me want to come here too one day. And so I did. I think I understood something of how he felt when I set foot in his beloved studium.
He went to the studio? Your brother must be quite a scholar. But I wonder, like you, he'd be royalty, yes? But such a personage coming to Sharlayan to receive an education would surely have caused a stir, yet I recall nothing of the sort.
He consulted with the head of the studium beforehand, that his identity might remain secret. Being Mikote, he had no trouble blending in. He's adopted like me, you see. One time, though, he almost let it slip to a professor. It was all he could do to parry the barrage of questions.
Having no shortage of questions myself, I can imagine.
Ask whatever you like. I don't mind. But I maintain, hunting together is the best way to get to know someone.
How can I touch your axe?
The researchers should be up ahead. Let's find them and learn what we can.
See, I'm looking at her clothes because she clearly has like a higher quality model, but it's like downscaled slightly. It's still in the sort of. It's like it's very clearly more ornate and better looking than the normal clothes, but it's also not. I reckon it will still look better when Dawntrail actually releases.
There, the building to the northeast.
I assure you that I am looking at her clothes
So
respectfully.
ordinarily harmless creatures have grown savage.
Okay.
Don't know what's got them riled up, but I'll take down any that thinks to try me. Right, let's hunt our fill.
Oh, don't make me kill another pride golem. It's still June. I want to trade axes with this. It's a nice axe. It's you know, after Ardbert, I've developed an appreciation. I like how Erenville rounds your light party, but he's not fucking sitting. Oh yeah, he's just standing on the rock with his arms forward like, yes, yes, good. Yes, yes, very good, very good.
Someone's in trouble.
I think though they are, we will maybe get a,
These animals are usually so docile.
we will get a different fourth before the end of this instance. Oh, thank goodness you've come. I take it you're the one who answered our petition. Wait, aren't you? You are. Jack, the adventurer who saved our star. But then our meeting was under better circumstances. I was conducting a routine inspection of the transporter here when I suddenly found myself surrounded. You'll find more of the same across the chasm. Once docile animals grown strangely aggressive. My colleagues there can tell you more. If you'll give me just a moment, I can finish checking our equipment.
You really are famous.
Yes. Yes, I'm something of a big deal.
And for good reason, as you'll soon see for yourself.
He doesn't even have a level. No, you're right. Although technically, I mean, neither do these two. They're both level, I don't know.
Quite an interesting
I don't know why they give them a
contraption
question
you've got
mark.
here.
Like, why don't they just make them both level 90? You have to be level 90 to do this
Is that
quest,
competition?
so...
Let's go and have a chat.
Wow, we need to talk about your rotation, buddy. He normally doesn't play... I don't know what he's playing at the moment. Is he tank, healer, DPS? Who knows? The adventurer come to answer my petition, I presume. We're most fortunate to have one of your considerable skill here to aid us. A creature of unknown origins has been sighted on the island in recent days, and we believe its presence has affected the local fauna. The animals beyond this gate are the worst affected we've encountered thus far, though we dare not go back. Your task is to quell any threats you find and search for traces of the beast responsible for all this. If you should find anything at all, we would be most grateful if you would share it with us. Alright.
I'll handle
Oh, is he playing
this.
black? Is he black mage? Is he okay? Okay.
Is that all?
Well, good.
Come on, let's pick up the creature's
work.
trail.
I mean, I was just about to do my magic attack and blow the thing away, but you know, that's we all got a rotation. You find ravaged beast remains torn to shreds by sharp
These claw
talons.
marks. I've seen their like before.
Talons. Talons.
It's starting to feel like a proper hunt.
where we needed to go? I'm following you guys because you kind of just run off to the side. Oh yeah. Some tattered plumage. Find feathers scattered about the ground. There are signs of a fierce struggle.
Feathers. But do they belong to the predator or the prey?
So, how do you prefer our prey? Roasted or raw?
You presume it's even safe to eat?
I have their fire, so we can cook it. Found some leavings. The cloying stench of fresh leavings assails your nostrils. Whatever beast left there, it's likely still close
Still
by.
fresh. Whatever this beast, it cannot be far.
Oh, there it is.
Do you suppose they're upset we disturbed their home?
Who knows? If they're spoiling for a fight, then they've got one.
Let's head back and report what we found.
Yeah, we've killed everything. You said the beast is close. Oh, she's seen a squirrel.
Powerful wings and razor-sharp talons. Worthy prey.
Oh, it's a big toucan bat.
Ah! What is that thing? It speaks?
I'm liking book a lot.
It's heading towards the falls.
I'll stay with the researchers. The creature, I leave to you.
Oh, but now our light party is incomplete.
Come, Woklamat.
Right.
See, I don't know if she was surprised at like how powerful the thing was, or if she's just like, she's just got like a murder boner, and she's just like, oh yeah, we're gonna kill that thing.
Just so we're clear, I wasn't startled by the beast earlier. It caught me by surprise, that's all.
Okay, like you just want to start.
Forgive me, but I fail to see a difference.
I'm getting hungry. Let's be done with this so we can eat.
Caught me by surprise! Caught me by surprise!
Think you're clever, huh? I'll rip off that beak and roast you on a spit!
Alright, okay, so we're doing 3 of us. There you go.
Although you like bird, I'm going to have the last laugh.
That's a big one. I've seen
Joy
bigger.
sinking my teeth into you.
zoom out a little bit so you can see the thing.
I've never seen such an enormous colibri.
There's something about this quest that reminds me of Monster Hunter World.
Quickly, gather together.
Oh. Guys, I don't know what this is, but I don't like it. Yankus, look. Thank you.
That was too close.
Steady now.
It's fine. If you guys die, it doesn't matter. It's only if I die that we're in trouble. I'm the main character.
Spread out, everyone!
Ah!
You paid for that.
Oh, we've been whirlwinded. And they've either made those, I'll save my comrades.
Thank you.
You did it. They've either made those easier to get out of, or they're just easier in endgame. Because I remember having like having to tap really hard when those perks showed up.
This. Nothing to it. We have you now.
Give me critic wings? I guess so. I can't target his wings anymore, so.
Throw everything you have at it.
Have you not been doing this? I mean, it seems to have stopped doing it, so I guess we can just wail on it. That was kind of easy. As far as duties goes. If I'm right, I think you just spin the sticks first too. Oh, okay. Or at least it's any button. Oh, I just tapped one button. I guess maybe you could tap.
And I had
But anyway, they definitely seem easier than they used to be. I remember really having to tap for some of them. And yeah, these ones just seem to fill up straight away. So I don't know. Maybe they had some accessibility complaints from people who can't tap that quickly. She killed the wings. You could have literally done nothing. Oh, okay. It's one of those it's nice when they have the instances where it's just like, yeah, it's just kind of, it's a cutscene, but we've given you something to do. And then they have the instances where it's like, fight for your life, peasant.
It was a terrible foe, but no match for your axe.
Aww. She's putting on a brave front.
Only to be expected. You were pretty impressive yourselves. I was right to invite you on a hunt.
She kind of reminds me of Stark a little bit from Freyrin, in that she's clearly very powerful and capable, but also is just terrified.
But what a curious bird that was. Though we have similar in Tural, they don't grow so big or use such dirty tricks.
And she has an axe.
Dirty tricks, dirty tricks.
Aye, dirty and despicable. Otherwise, I could have easily...
Leave this to me!
Yeah!
Have at you!
Cryo's useful!
Cryo?
She wants to ask you a question. Oh no, she needs way more confidence before she can start making axe-related puns.
I am terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Look, she modified her hoodie. She said, "Sorry, I keep you waiting. I had to sew a new hoodie." I think this is like the
She arrived as I was seeing the researchers to safety. It was all I could do to keep up with her after I explained what happened.
I think this is the first new costume Kryle's had since she was introduced. I think.
So this is what you meant by seeing
Yes.
to preparations?
I think she's by far the member of the Scions who went the longest after, because she was introduced in Heavensward, and she just has had that costume for Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker, and it's only right at the tail end of Endwalker going into Dawntrail that she has a new costume. Sounds right, unless you count Hood Down. I do not count Hood Down, so...
After hearing of the contest, I thought how wonderful it would be to join you. In coming here, I wanted to demonstrate my skill at arms to Wuklamut. Alas, it seems I missed most of the action.
I mean, at least she has a kind of canon reason for not changing her look, because I think her grandfather gave her that hoodie. So I don't know if this is the same hoodie, and she's just altered it, or whether she has just made a different hoodie than the same style. I guess we'll find out.
That was amazing! The piece didn't stand a chance!
I'm glad to have been of service.
May I ask what inspired this change?
You will recall the time you descended to the ethereal sea in search of Heidelin.
Oh, she's got the earring as well that she was looking at earlier.
Recognizing that my skills were inadequate, I chose to provide support from afar, rather than join you. It was the same when you set forth for Ultima Thule. How it pained me to stay behind, again and again. That's what inspired this change. Ever since the final days were averted, I've used every spare moment to hone my craft.
Use every spare moment to hone my craft. I'm such a hipster. I couldn't just learn a job that already existed. I had to unearth... I mean, I guess now it's been retconned so the Pictomancer always existed, but... You see, I really wanted to be able to fight, so now I'm super strong. I mean, that genuinely is how it works. She's been training for like
As
all
you all
week.
have adapted your methods to suit the circumstances, I started by considering how I might best contribute. And after much deliberation, I arrived at my answer.
See, it's a weird thing because it's like Alphino makes way more sense as a Pictomancer, but they made him a sage this expansion even. So they're sort of like, well, I guess he has to stay as a sage, but well, I guess we have to give it to someone, and we can't very well make Cryon a Viper. That would be silly. Except Tata, every time she tries combat, it goes poorly. Yeah, No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, she tried to be a summoner, didn't she? But it just didn't work out for her. I think she has like. Yeah, no, because then that's when she switched to the costume, the clothes made. Not the armor, not the blacksmithing one, but the leatherworking, whichever it is, the one that makes the clothes. And that's why she's been the Scion's tailor ever since. Because she found out, oh, actually, I'm friggin' amazing at making clothes, as it turns out. But yeah, I do remember the quest where you're following her around after... It was either post... I think it was post-Heavensward. Or it might even be... It was post-Ram Reborn or post-Heavensward. I remember it being like one of the post-quests where you were following Tartara around and she was, yeah, trying her best, but she had no aptitude for it.
With the esoteric art passed down by the legendary Archon realm, Pictomancy.
Seriously, I would just love if there's a scene where Alphino just tries it and he draws like a perfect, like photorealistic dragon or something and summons it, and Kraz is like, "Give me that back! No, no more paintbrush for you."
As I recall, you have embraced versatility to effectively complement a certain someone's style.
Oh, she does it again as part of the Stormblood side quest with the Beastlord guys. I haven't. When I've caught up with Dawntrail and there's like no more story content to do, I think that's when I'm gonna then start like going through all the stuff that I've skipped over for the sake of catching up on the main scenario quests. So I am looking forward to playing all of these side quests and trials and raids and things that I've skipped over. Like I haven't done anything. I know about Alpha, like the little chocobo guy. I haven't done any stuff with Alpha. I haven't initiated a single Alpha quest. I have to because it's got a triple triad card, several locked behind his quests. But it's like so much of this game that there's loads of Ascians I haven't beat as well that are locked behind raids as well.
What I do is much the same. Like you, I don't want to be left behind.
Indeed.
To be honest, Kral, I would have happily had you sit on my shoulders, and you could have just you could just sit on my shoulders whilst I do my red maging. I'd be fine with that. I'll just carry you around.
Say, you appear to be especially keen on being involved in the ritual of succession. Is there any particular reason?
Yes, there is. This letter from Tuli Yolal. It was addressed to my grandfather Galuf and turned up among the students' archives. The ink was faded, so I couldn't fully make out the sender's name. Galul, someone.
Jaja. Gulul Jaja. That's my father, the Dawn servant. What does the letter say?
While much of it isn't legible, it appears to be a request to investigate the Golden City.
A request to investigate the Golden City? From the Dawn Servant himself?
Well, well. Seems it may be more than a rumor after all.
Poor Gloof, I remember him dying.
Being a
in
member
Final
of the
Fantasy
royal family, it was my hope that you could confirm the authenticity of this letter.
Is his name like Graf Galuf? Is that his? He's got like a. It's got his name's. It's got like a first and second name that are very similar. Is it Graf Galuf or Galuf Graf? Is the mustached guy in the suit of armor? I do not recall. I'm pretty sure he does. Right? I don't know if the Final Fantasy XIV does, but or maybe I'm thinking of a different character. Galuf Baldesion. No, he's called Galuf Baldesion in Final Fantasy V. Who am I thinking of then? Graf. Final Fantasy. Graf. Who am I thinking of? Man, that's going to bother me now. I can't remember what his name is. But it was a different character I was thinking of. You're right, the guy from Final Fantasy V is literally just Galuf Baldessian. I think the Pictomancer she mentioned, Realm, is from Final Fantasy VI? I think it's literally the only other Pictomancer in the entirety of Final Fantasy. Yes, yeah.
I can say for a fact that my father didn't write this. Given how culturally diverse Tuliyollal is, it was decided some time ago that a common language was needed. But instead of elevating an existing tongue and its speakers above all others, we looked to those widely spoken overseas and created an altogether new one.
Apparently Kraus' JP name is Kururu. I did not know that. I didn't either. But I guess Kurailu. Yeah, I guess it kind of Kururu is kind of the anglicization. The anglicized. That's the word. Anglicized version of Kururu. Kururayu. Yeah.
The similarities to your common tongue also make it quite easy to communicate in these situations, no?
I guess it's like how they translated Kururin to Krillin in Dragon Ball.
This letter, however, is entirely in Eorzean. If Father had written this, it would have been in Turali. And what's more, it bears a wax seal. We don't bother with them.
So the letter is fraudulent, then?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. My father's signature is genuine, as far as I can tell, so perhaps he simply dictated it.
I see. Oh, thank you for the confirmation. It seems my grandfather indeed had dealings with Tuliyollal. I can't help but be curious as to what exactly he was doing there.
I know this is because the English voice actors record their lines in isolation. It's the same reason why characters pronounce Y'shtola's name differently, depending on which character is saying their name, because Rianje says her name, says her name differently, and I think another character says her name differently as well. But it's really funny to me that Wook Lamat is pronouncing her name, and Kryl is in no way trying to replicate the pronunciation and just pronouncing it phonetically and just going Tuliyollal. It's like, no, it's Tuliyoyo. It's like Tuliyollal. It's like, okay.
In order to help us decide on a course of action, would you mind if I asked you some questions about your home?
It's like me when I'm reading these names and stuff and they haven't voice acted them yet. I'm just like, I'll take a stab at it and then I'm just going to plow on through whether it's right or wrong.
By all means.
Krauss is like, I can't pronounce this word, so I'm just gonna say this, and
After all, learning about one another was the purpose of this hunt. We can talk while feasting on this fellow. I, for one, am starving.
We're eating that.
this is a big chicken, Graha. Did we eat it? Hang on, I want to see what everyone says about us eating the bird. What an exciting hunt that was. And now it's time to savor the reward. I understand Crown's feelings all too well. The desire to do one's part. It can be daunting to try and keep up, but nothing will change unless we take the first step. Did we not eat the bird? Thanks to Wook Lamert, we now know who sent the letter to Grandfather, among other things, but many questions still remain. With the wildlife pacified and the researchers safe, our task is complete. That just leaves the matter of the colibri meat. For better or for worse, there's really only one place we can take it to here in Charlian, the last stand. Come, let us see what Dickon can cook up for us. Yeah! Let's go give our meat to Dickon. It's a big mutant chicken, it might be made of cancer. Yeah, but you can eat cancer. It's not like you'll get cancer from eating cancer. That's not how it works. I mean, I don't think you should, because I imagine it probably tastes pretty gross, but, you know, it should be safe to eat. We'll just cook it all the way through. It'll be fine. I'm kind of interested in that quest. But we've got things to do. Oh no, there's a famished face if ever I've seen one. What can I get you, Jack? He just chucks all his bird meat on the table. Oh, bird meat from the hunt, you say? Leave it to me, I have just the recipe. A new dish I recently learned from some sailors. And we had a collaboration with this guy wearing a white coat and mustache. He said he was a colonel, like so. I maybe like a corn kernel. I don't know, but here he taught me these. I just need to require 7 herbs and spices. 14. I don't know how many is in KFC. I'm talking about KFC. And for the lot, it's on the house. Have as much as you like. You hear? I once saw Yoshi-P when he popped onto my world on his official account.
Come. Oh. Let's enjoy the bounty of our first outing together.
Do you know, it never occurred to me there, but yeah, I guess he does play the game, and he must have an account. So yeah, but it's never occurred to me that you just see him in the wild. If I was him, I would just spawn into worlds and then just like go and hide under benches or so. Just go and sit down on a bench or something, and then just see if people notice when they walk past.
I'd heard that Charlian cuisine was terrible, but this is fantastic.
That is a very leg of lamb looking piece of bird meat. Like, I don't know what they did to cook this bird to turn it into a lamb shank, but you know, there you go. He chose his personal character, female Lalafell, but this was his official one with a special name and gear nobody else can get. Does he just look like the Wandering Minstrel? Because that would be a cool flex.
What is this? Oh, it smells spicy.
Especially if he stands next to the Wandering Minstrel in Endwalker, just like the one that's over there where you get the quest from. So you run up and you're like, hang on. He looks mostly like the minstrel. So that's why, I mean, in canon, that's what he should look like, because it's just him. So yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, come now. Since when did you become so soft? It's not like we don't have spicy food in Tural, too.
I wonder if that's Zero's curry.
According to Dickon, intensely hot dishes have become popular in Razadhan after a traveller ordered a curry with several times the usual amount of spice.
Yeah, it's Zero's curry.
So he started offering the same in order to please the growing Harnish population here in Sharlayan.
It's nothing I can't handle.
Your boorish manners reflect poorly on the both of us. I wish you would consider your station.
I'm growing fast attached to Wukla. She is delightful.
I swear, sometimes it feels like you open your mouth only to criticize.
Would I be correct in assuming you've known each other for a long time?
Aye, thick as thieves since we were little.
She's no Zero, but she would do it until the next time we see her. She fills a different niche to Zero. Zero was our cool goth girlfriend, and Wukla is our fellow himbo bimbo cat lady.
I beg to differ. She is a long-standing acquaintance. Nothing more.
Oh, here you go, you little
I see.
tsundere.
I see.
All this time you were from Tural. Oh, would that I had known sooner. There's so much I'd like to ask.
Nobody's going to ship the absolute hell out of those two. Oh, no. They're Final Fantasy XIV community and shipping people. Heaven forbid.
You and everyone else. I've kept it quiet so as to avoid the endless interrogations.
Also, I love that the guy was like, I'll make a meal for you. And he's just literally cooked the bird, quote unquote, up. And he's made, there's no like vegetables or potatoes or anything else with, it's just the meat on a plate.
Well, if he's going to be a miser,
Oh no, they do have
I'll
vegetables.
be happy to tell you
just
about
no
our
one's
homeland
taken
instead.
it. Everyone's just gone, alright, well, just take a piece of meat. Don't worry about the... I mean, I've talked about the food collections before, but why is there a panini, a burrito, and a cream bun on the same plate? 2 paninis, I should say.
Since ancient times, many peoples have called Tural home, and they've been fighting each other for nearly as long. The fighting finally stopped some 80 years ago, when the reigning Dawn Servant unified the disparate communities and founded a new nation.
And that's how Tuliolal came to be.
Since then, we've enjoyed an era of uninterrupted peace. But my father is getting old, and he wishes to relinquish the throne to a worthy successor. One who can preserve his legacy. Including myself, there are 4 claimants to the throne. But while we all have the right to participate, one among us cannot be allowed to rule.
A man who is too ambitious by half. Word of the Garlean Empire's collapse has reached Tural. While most are simply relieved, he sees weakness to exploit and would lead our armies across the seas on a campaign of conquest.
After everything my father has done to give us peace, he would drag us back into war.
I mean...
I can't allow it.
The Garleans may have just had a civil war, but they still have airships and robots and cannons and things.
No matter what, I must win this contest.
If you come running at them with axes and stuff, I think you'd still... I mean, I guess there's not many people operating those things anymore, but...
I understand your reasons. But this being an event that will dictate the course of your nation's future, Is it appropriate for outsiders like us to be involved?
Plus, I mean, just with also the entire Eorzean alliance, who are, you know, I think allied with Garlemald. I don't know if it's just the Scions or Alphen and Alisei who have allied with them. I guess we don't know what the Eorzean alliance are doing. No, they're allied with them because they're stationed with Count Broken Glass still. They've got Lucia over there, heating operations. So yeah, you've still got the alliance to contend with. You say that, but that's exactly what your group does. Okay, I mean, yeah, no, fair enough. We did, yeah, okay. Still though.
Oh, it's more than appropriate. The Dawn Servant himself expressly encourages it.
We've got all those cat girls in Limpsa Laminsa. They'll stop any kind of naval attack.
The ruler of Tural must navigate the intricacies of myriad cultures, and there's no better way to prove oneself qualified to do so than to work with foreign allies. That's why I sought you out. Through our hunt, I've confirmed that you're a warrior of considerable skill, but more importantly, one of good character as well.
How could you have possibly figured that out from the hunt? I killed a bird. It doesn't tell you anything.
And so I ask you, will you lend me your strength and help me win the throne of Tulihualal? You don't need to decide right this moment. But I will need you if I'm to triumph over the competition. I'll stay here as long as I can while waiting for your answer.
She saw what you were doing the whole time, was looking for cards.
In that case, allow us to prepare a room for you at the Baldessian Annex.
That's very kind of you.
That no one who likes cards could,
Oh, and one more thing. Once we finish eating, would you mind if I took the rest of the meat?
Sure. Judged by Wuklomat's reaction, it appears Turali cuisine isn't excessively fiery. No. Which is weird, considering she's from a continent that's supposed to be like an equivalent of South America, so you think they'd have, you know, their own versions of spicy food and things, but I guess Zero's curry was just on a whole other level. Whether Wuklomat has the makings of a ruler, I couldn't say, but I do know that she deeply cares for her nation and her people. Whether you choose to help her, though, is for you and you alone to decide. Think on it well. Now then, it's past time I reported your mission's success to the guild ship. I would have done so sooner, except Her Highness needed to have her royal meal. I shall come by the annex later. Till then. Here, I know you just eaten, but have a caviar sandwich. That's funny. Oh, no, wait, I should have taken the food. Dang it, oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, she just saw me eyeing cards, and she's like, there couldn't possibly be a bad person if all you want is cards. Well, I dare say we now have a fair grasp of Wuklomat's situation. Still, you've been afforded time to consider her invitation. Why not use it to learn more about Tural? Nomenon is bound to have some information on the continent. Just the thought of burying myself in books is making me sleepy. We're talking about mysterious lands and unknown wonders here. I'm confident we'll find reports so thrilling as to dive any thoughts of napping from your mind. Come, my friend, let us be off to the archives. Oh, Graha, I like you, but you're such a friggin' nerd. Grapes or something in the start town for almost nothing for the XP bonus. It's actually, it's actually fine because I just remembered they announced that there is a they're doing Twitch drops for the month of July, and the first drop you get is 10 Moogle biscuits, I think, which give you plus 4% XP. And if you do 10 hours, you get a new mount. So that'll be fun. It counts if you're streaming as well, so I'll get it, and anyone who watches me will get it. The origins of blue magic can be traced back to esoteric practices of the Waliki, a tribe in the distant continent of Tural. The tribe holds nature in the highest, and in seeking to cultivate a spiritual connection with it, they have learned to harness the power of the wildlife around them. In exchange for teaching them the common tongue, I was permitted to live among them and train in their ways. Those days were some of the most grueling I remember, but they were tremendously rewarding. For instance, I had the privilege of visiting Lapis Canyon, the tribe's sacred grounds. It is so named for the cerulean deposit that wells up to the surface, turning the entire canyon a brilliant blue. Under a shaman's watchful eye, I finally managed to master the Waliki's art and make the animal's powers my own. As no name existed for it in the common tongue, I took the liberty of naming it Blue Magic. The reason I chose this colour, as you will have doubtless gleaned, is for the significance it holds for the Waliki. I cannot think of a name more fitting to honour the people for whom this noble magic was born. That's kind of cool if we find like a clan of blue mages in Tural. Guess I can see if my friend has one of my code. Yeah! Give it away. If they don't plan on watching... Say if they don't plan on watching 10 hours of someone play Final Fantasy XIV in July. Unless you have to link your Twitch account, I don't know how it works. I've never had a... Well, I got the black chocobo a while ago from a Twitch drop, but I don't remember whether I had to link my account or whether they gave me a code. Guess we'll find out. Let us begin by comparing the geographical characteristics of the three great continents in Tural. The former stretches from east to west and lies entirely within the northern hemisphere. In contrast, the latter extends to the far reaches of both northern and southern hemispheres, and a difference immediately presents itself in the form of climate variance. Shifts in climate tend to be gentler when moving east and west, but harsher when moving north and south. Owing to this fact, longitudinal migration is far more common in history, whether it be by men, animals, or plants. A case in point is the Alligans, who rose to power in Eldenard before advancing east into Ilsabard. Their movements would be mirrored thousands of years later by the Garleans. Meanwhile, although the disparate tribes of the Tural waged war with one another for generations, stymied by the climate, none could make any great headway north or south. Tribes hailing from frozen lands withered beneath the desert sun, or those that thrive in open plains, could not pierce dense jungle. Such was the way of it, until the leader of the Mamul Jar succeeded in bringing the continent under one banner. Given the land's divided history and the reason thereof, one cannot help but be in awe of this feat. Truly, it is a testament to the Autarch's greatness. I do want to do the Blue Mage stuff at some point, but again, it was one of those things that I was like, when I run out of things to do, I'll do the Blue Mage stuff, and that hasn't happened yet. Every land has given rise to unique wildlife, and the continent of Tural is no exception. Yet, while some of her creatures have become a familiar sight in Eorzea, many and more exist that are rarely seen this side of the Indigo Deep. This tome introduces a select variety of species as described in the testimonies of sailors and adventurers. Alpaca. Accustomed to Tural's craggy mountain ranges, this four-legged beastkin has been domesticated for seemingly hundreds, if not thousands of years. Their soft white fleece is highly prized by weavers, while their strong legs and sure-footedness make them capable beasts of burden. Weavre. This ferocious scalekin is native to the dense jungles of Tural. The Mamuljar have succeeded in taming them and utilize their prodigious strength for manual labor. Given their immense size and power, it should come as no surprise that the Weavre is also employed as a siege beast. Enemy fortifications cannot long withstand this horned brute's rampage. Valigamanda. I love the naming sense, by the way, in Final Fantasy XIV for animals. It's like, oh yeah, there's Valigamanda, and there's Weavre, and then there's just the alpaca. And they do that all the time. Like, you'll run around an area and it's like, there's the Maminatron, and there's the Baguda, and there's the horse. Just a horse running around. It's just, it's a horse. Valigamanda. Turali folklore holds that this bird-like creature is the mightiest of beasts and the very embodiment of nature's power. Whether it exists beyond myth, however, is uncertain. So I wonder if that's supposed to be like the Quetzalcoatl or something. Isn't the Quetzalcoatl also a thing? Maybe not then. It is impossible to adequately discuss Eorzean cuisine without speaking of the land from which many of our modern-day staples hail, the far western continent of Tural. Ogre pumpkins, ruby tomatoes, even the ubiquitous popoto. These crops and more that regularly grace Eorzean dining tables trace their origins to the New World, as the place is known to most. The tale of this culinary immigration begins in the year 1498. of the 6th Astral Era, when a Lamitzan sailor named... I'm gonna call, I know it's Contemporan, but I'm going to call him Ketamin. Because that's what my brain said when I read that name. A Lamitzan sailor named Ketamin successfully traversed the Indigo Deep to arrive at the theretofore unknown continent. Ketamin spent several moons exploring inland, in the course of which he encountered the denizens of the sprawling nation of Mamul-Jah. He was even granted an audience with their supreme leader, whose confidence he won along with the permission to roam freely. Ketamin would return to Tural several times, but during his first expedition, he charted the land and gathered myriad root vegetables and seeds to bring back to Limsa Laminsa. The most notable of these was the popoto, whose ease of cultivation and nutritional value saw it quickly spread to all corners of Eorzea. Produce was far from the only bounty of Ketamin's expeditions in Tural. Many tantalizing recipes, such as the bean-filled burrito, and gripping legends such as that of the Golden City, reached our shores by way of his ship. To those outside of Ketamin's circle, Tural largely remains shrouded in mystery, yet its influence on our cuisine cannot be overstated. Many scholars, myself included, would relish the chance to immerse themselves in the culinary culture of that faraway continent. Having perused a wide selection of books relating to Tural, you are somewhat better informed about your potential destination. Grahati will be eager to know what you have discovered. Should you wish to read these books again, speak with the reference page. Bean burrito. It would be cool if, like, the bean burrito was introduced, I don't know, like 2 or 3 expansions ago, and it mentions Tural, or that it's from from a Western continent or something, you know, and it's not just a complete retcon. Scoured the library to your satisfaction, have you? Excellent. While there are a few wholly dedicated to the subject of Tural, I dare say you found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there. But come, let's continue this outside. The Mammoths do not take kindly to chatter. Oh, fuck the Mammoths. That guy had a poo-poo minion as well. He's clearly doing the same quests I'm doing in the same order. Now then, I'm quite keen to hear your honest impressions. I couldn't help but notice that we read the very same book on cuisine. I was a bit surprised to find references to Tural within. Among them, did anything in particular pique your interest? I was rather taken with the tale of Ketamin. Popotos, I have a newfound appreciation for them. The legendary city of gold. Popotos. As have I. Despite having just enjoyed a hearty meal, I found myself craving popotos. As they keep well, they were a boon to sailors, and it was the same property that allowed them to survive the voyage to Eorzea. The book also mentioned a method of preservation which sees popotos repeatedly frozen and dried. The resultant product was apparently used in a stew by people in the mountainous regions. I should like to sample that dish one day, that and all the unique cuisines of that vast continent. But moving on, did you perchance learn aught about the fauna of Tural? Given your adventuring background, I expect the topic would interest you. About alpacas, weavers, and Valigamanda. Alpacas. You get the alpaca as the mount, as I found out again in the patch notes today. Ah yes, the alpaca. In addition to serving as beasts of burden, they provide clothing for people by way of their lush fleece. They are especially prized by mountain tribes who hold certain rare specimens sacred. I thought I heard familiar voices. That's the Wonder Twins. Fancy running into the two of you here. Well, well, have some research of your own, do you? Aye, we hope to arm ourselves with knowledge that may benefit the Garlean people. Having forged a new trade agreement with Ratahan, they will look to foster relationships with other nations. This includes former imperial provinces. In view of this, we hope to find hints in history on how neighbours of differing races and ideologies might engage with one another. Well, that is convenient, isn't it? And what of the two of you? What endeavour brings you here this day? I'm planning to go to Tural. Also, don't mind my coat clipping through the bench. It does that. It's a special coat. So I got it from PvP. A nation composed of the disparate peoples of Tural. I'd dare say this is precisely the kind of example we seek. We do know how to read up on Yolol ourselves. Like Kryl, I am just going to pronounce it phonetically and not try and pronounce it like Wukla pronounces it. The contest is Jack the only one allowed to help Wukla? There was no mention of such restrictions as I recall. On the contrary, Wukla gave us the impression that she could have several champions. I think I know how to make the most of our respite. Follow me, Alphino. We have planning to do. Alice, wait! It would seem our plans have changed, if you'll excuse me. So I think something's going to happen that has upset a lot of people in the next little bit. But is almost definitely not going to, is going to be undone, but they never could rest on their laurels. Come, let us return to the annex. Because they showed the original trailer for Dawntrail, and they had all the Scions present, and people were like, "Oh yeah, all the Scions." And then this patch came out, and they went, "What the fuck?" So, I'm pretty sure it happens here. This is... wait. Nope. Why are you over here, Graha? You right?
Oh, it's just... Despite all that we've learned, I can't help but feel we've yet to hear the whole story. What about you, my friend? Are you inclined to accept or refuse Wukla request?
I mean, I would have accepted immediately if you and Cry weren't there. I mean, imagine if you said no, and then it's like, okay, you can't play Dawntrail then. You just have to wait here for 3 years until the next expansion. I never say no to a new adventure.
Ha! I thought you might say that. With an intrepid attitude such as yours, I believe all shall be well.
The trailer for Stormblood had the warrior of light fist fighting Lys on the big hand, and they added that in later. Was that? I remember doing that. Well, it was kind of implied because it faded to black just as the fight was about to start, and then, like, because I remember at the time making jokes. I was like, because she was like, "Wow, that was a real workout. We should do that again sometime." And I was like, "We didn't just fight, right? We didn't like." We just had a spar, yeah? This isn't a euphemism, is it, Lys? I mean, happy, but, I thought we were just having some fisticuffs. Was that post Stormblood, was it? Or was it just not in Stormblood at launch?
Be it the contest or something else, there will be many trials for you to overcome at your destination.
I think it's a euphemism if you want it to be. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't say no. Lys is I think, of age, attractive woman.
But in the course of seeing new lands and meeting new people, you'll surely find a way forward. That's what adventurers do, is it not?
She was at the Calamity 5 years ago, so she should be of age by now. I thought it was a post-launch patch, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it's been. I mean, yeah, Stormblood was.
Such a journey would be the envy of many a scholar.
I mean, I did the.
Distant as it is, Tural remains largely unknown to us, with only meager records to be found in Numenor.
Yeah, it would have been 2 years ago. 'Cause I was gonna say I did at the Hildebrand, the Stormblood Hildebrand quest 2 years ago, and then we had all of Shadowbringers and then all of Endwalkers since then. So yeah, it's been a couple of years for me. I don't remember. I remember doing it. I just don't remember what point in the story it happened.
The experiences to be had. All the things you might hear, feel, and think. It's enough to stir me to the core. Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it.
You have to use those words in that order, don't you? I mean, he's... I mean, yeah.
Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
He was one of the 8 people who killed her. It wouldn't hurt for him to, you know, occasionally quote her. I certainly don't.
Ah, but there's an idea. I have a matter to attend to at the Agora. Please, go on inside. I will join you shortly.
Bye. I like Graha. It is funny though. Like I see Graha fan art on Twitter, and so much of it is erotic fan art of not like erotic, but like people doing like G-pose stuff. Oh, Thancred, what are you scheming? A lot, just like so much G-pose stuff with Thancred in like, you know, compromising positions, and you know, clearly people you know have a really strong relationship with Graha. And when I think of Graha, I think about the you know, the fanboy from Elder Scrolls, the one who made it into Starfield. That's just all I think of when I think of Graha. Like, I love him. He's not nearly as annoying, so but that's just how I picture it in my head. This is absolutely zero, like, sex emanating from it all in my mind. Welcome back, Jack. If you're looking for Wook Lamatch, she's currently with the others in her chambers. If you'd like, I can go and fetch them for you. Yeah, understood. Please wait in the main hall. I'm looking at this map and going, this map's still wrong. We need to get it replaced with a map that has Tyrell on it.
You have the look of someone who's made up their mind. Go on then. Let's hear it.
I wish to boldly go where I've never gone before.
Then you need me as much as I need you. Together we'll blaze new trails in Tural.
Yeah.
You're not planning to leave without us, are you?
So I don't know who you are.
Alphino, Alice! What are you two doing here?
What's with these sassy lost children?
We happened to cross paths at Numenor earlier, you see, and I told them about Wook. And when we fortuitously met again at the Agora just now, they expressed an interest in meeting our visitor.
Ah, you must be the twins who are sneaking after Erenville as toads.
100 things about us you could have told her, and you chose that.
To be fair, I haven't been included in the main scenario quest all that much. That was the most eventful thing that happened to me.
First impressions last.
"'Tis an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. Alphino Leveilleur at your service, and this is my sister Alize."
Oh no, let's not do that. I really can't stand titles. So, you want to participate in the contest too, is that right?
Indeed we do. We've been assisting with the rebuilding effort in Garlemald. Yet while progress is being made, the question remains of how the nation might reconcile with its neighbors. We believe there is much we might learn from Tuliolal, a nation founded on unity. And in return for this honor, we would spare no effort in supporting your claim.
The more the merrier, I say. And I'd be keen to learn about Eorzea and Garlemald from you as well.
Having recruited so many committed and capable allies, I presume you have no need for my continued assistance?
Nonsense! Like I told you before, you're indispensable. They're strong, aye, but strangers to our land. They need someone to guide them, to point out the dangers, and spare them grisly deaths. I can't think of anyone better suited to that task than you. What's more, despite your assertions, I know you haven't given up on the City of Gold.
As I recall, Kryl, you were the first to state your desire to visit Tural.
This is the bit people didn't like.
Perhaps I was. Still, I can't help but worry about being away just when our order is beginning to find its feet again.
You have nothing to worry about. I haven't forgotten how you held the fort while I set off to explore Alzadal's legacy. It's only fair that I return the favor. Pray, leave the students to Ojika and me.
Yeah.
But, Raha...
I was like, seriously?
You want to retrace your grandfather's steps, don't you? This is a rare opportunity, and I insist that you seize it.
Thank you, Raha. Thank you.
So yeah, Grahadio's not coming with us. Even though they showed
Well,
him in the trailer
looks
eating
like
a
it's settled.
burrito.
I'm
I think it was
counting
a
on
taco
you
he
all
was eating in
to
the
help me
trailer.
win the throne.
So, I mean, he almost definitely will, like, Thancred and Oriange are clearly up to something that will take them to Talal, and I'm sure Graha and Y'shtola will come, I mean, they'll all go there eventually. Maybe not Astinian, I don't know, but they'll all find their way there across the course of the plot, but he's not coming at the start. It's just Kryl and the twins. You know, personally, I'd trade the twins for Graha.
I suppose now is a good time to show you what I spent a small fortune on at the Agora.
Yeah, he'll get there and he'll eat his burrito or taco, whatever food they had him eat in the trailer. I think there's a long history of showing it when it needed. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot else going on either. Oh, hey, look, they finally updated the map, I think.
This, my friends, is the latest map of the world, created to celebrate our friendship with the Loporrits. Cast your eyes west of Sharlayan, for there it lies. The site of your next great adventure, Tural.
So I love this expanded world map because, like, there's still obviously they've shown that there's like a southern continent that I imagine we'll go to at some point. But I just love that there's still cloud cover on the main continent, and it's like, Surely we know what that part of the world looks like. Why is it covered in cloud? Like, I get we haven't been there yet, and that, you know, there'll be future expansions that will take us to those areas, but you could at least take off the cloud cover. It's just, I know the reason why it's like that, but it's in universe, it's so silly. Oh, here's the Dawntrail theme. We got our credits again. We did it. It's literally down to the wire because I think the servers on PS5 go down at 11 AM, so literally like 9.5 hours. But I finished Endwalker. I finished Endwalker in time for Dawntrail, and I did all the Hildebrand quests. I didn't do the Near quests. I didn't finish off the Alliance raids, but you know I did all the stuff, all the main stuff. Literally have a view from the moon. It cannot be that hard. I know, it's like in universe there is no reason for them to not have a fully fleshed out map. I really hope that when they reveal those, I'm loving this artwork by the way. Why does she have a mace? Is that a Pictomancer weapon later on? Is it? That's a really heavy paintbrush. I hope that like when they flesh out the rest of the continent, they retroactively update that map to show the version without the clouds. Like it's fair enough they don't show the version that has Tural on it because Graha made a whole big scene about having the updated map. But if it's so stupid. It's got cloud cover on it. Check your current. I know. It's for the first time since I started playing this game in May 2021, I have no more scenario quests to play. It's downgraded my OBS. Priority, yeah, go back down to high. It's got to stay real time, otherwise it beeps. I really like this artwork, by the way. It's really cute. I haven't seen it before. I got disappointed because Square Enix has put up for pre-order some high detailed artwork prints, and they've got like a special new printing technique for them. You can actually see the cards on that one. That's cool. I've never done a set of Astrologian tarot cards because I feel like that'd be a cool little piece of merchandise for them to do. Yeah, they did a cool. They've done all these sets of artwork, and they're like these new printing techniques that mean that they are like very vivid colours and stuff that they couldn't get before. But like 350 quid, and it's like I quite happily have. I don't have any Final Fantasy 14 artwork in my house. I'd quite happily have something that with the Scions on it to sort of show my love of Final Fantasy 14, but not for 350 quid. Maybe, I don't know, 50. That's how much I paid for like most of my Sonic prints that I got up. I hate this film. They use that theme for so goddamn much in expansion. I just can't stand it anymore. I imagine there's people, I imagine there are certain songs that people have, they've heard so much, it's just, it's sort of like a bell curve of, oh, this song's okay, oh, I love this song, no, I hate it, now it's using it too much. I imagine there's a lot of people who feel that way about hang on. Ratika Greatwoods? Is that what they're called? Yeah, the Ratika Greatwoods song with the La Ha at the start. And yes, we've got to see Tartarus. Lahi, that's it, Lahi. Lahi! I had the music turned down for most of Stormblood, for most of Shadowbringers, so I never got the full effect of it. I really wish I'd had it turned up, just that's the first shot after you enter Raktika, and it's just Lahi! And I can't unhear it now, like, whenever I go there, it's great. I'm tempted to skip. Oh, I can change the scrolling speed at least. Because the thing is that this is just recounting stuff that we did in... I guess this would be kind of cool to do if I had been playing the post-quests as they came out. But having played all of the post-Endwalker stuff in like the last 8 weeks, it's just like, I remember this happening. It was 2 months ago. It was Y'shtola doing her... the tone of the post-Endwalker quest, by the way, I friggin' love. We had so much just like girl fail Y'shtola, which I love. We had a lot of like comedy sound effects in certain situations, which again I'm all for. We had fan service. We had Zero, who was great. Lots of comedy. So I'm hoping that that's a sign of the direction going forward. I hope they sort of go, okay, look, we've beat the great universe-ending threat. It's going to be kind of a bit more light-hearted for a little while now until we build up the next big threat. I had the music turned on when I went through the Stormblood MSQ, and by the time I finished it, they'd used the refrain from the main theme so much. I was so glad to turn it off again. So this is why I'm so glad that I don't generally pay attention to the music that much. It helps that I'm streaming and I'm talking a lot of the time. When there's no dialogue or talking, I have to fill in the gaps. I'm not listening to the music as much. I imagine if I had been playing this on my own and listening to the music, then yeah, I imagine it probably would have grated on me as well. But hey, it's Zero on the back of Zero's head. Oh, okay, I don't mind watching this recap because it means we get to see Zero again. They've put on the Square Enix store some of the artwork that you can get for your in-game house. I normally just buy the big portraits. So I've got the portraits for Aram Reborn, Endwalker, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. And I'm going to buy the one for Endwalker. I'll probably wait till it's on sale, but I'll get it eventually. But they've also got the ones for the post-Endwalker quest, which includes 2 with Zero in it. So I'm buying both of them too, so I can have 2 little portraits of Zero. I'll put them next to my Hildebrand posters. My flat is really one of the things I need to sort of spend some time on, because it is... I mean, I can show you it after this. It is a mishmash, hodgepodge of just... It's not good. It's not good. If I had been clever, which is, you know, just not my style, I could have saved up the money. Actually, how much is it to buy? How much is it to get in the lottery for a house? Is it just $1 million gil? Because I could just buy $1 million gil. It's actually quite cheap at the moment because they've got the. Actually, I don't know if they're still on sale. Are they still on sale? Because I bought one for Tales of Adventure. Oh, they're not on sale anymore. Dang it. I should have bought them while they were on sale. They had the Tales of Adventures on half price. And they've got 500,000 gil in each of them. So I could just spend 20. I could have just spent 20 quid and got 2 of those and got $1 million gil. And then I could have put a bid on a house in Talal. Oh, 1.5 million to 3.75 million for a small plot of land. Never mind then. Never mind. I mean, I guess 30 quid for 1.5 million could have been. One day, I'm sure I'll save up the money, and I will, you know, doing something. When I finally run out of everything else to do, and I want to level up my crafting classes, and I craft a load of furniture or something, and I sell it all off, I can then try and buy a house. But here's my Hildebrand Shrine, and here's my Zero Shrine. I'm pretty much Sadly, there's only really like one Hildebrand piece of furniture, but I've got it. But Zero, and yeah, Zero only has the 2 posters, but you know, it's better than nothing. Oh, I think I can get a mannequin as well. I could get a mannequin and dress it up like Hildebrand. And maybe get a Hildebrand and a Nashu mannequin and then get a Zero mannequin. But I don't think Zero's clothes are available yet. They will inevitably sell them in the Square Enix store because they sell the clothes for like every... in fact, I say that. They may already have asked costume sets. No, okay, they don't necessarily add them in the exact order. This is sort of my newest. Yeah, so they literally just added Iceheart's attire, who was from Heavensward. So I guess it might be a while before they add Zero's clothes, but when they do, I'll get a mannequin and I'll dress it up like Zero, and then I can pretend that Zero still lives with me. You get in the habit of doing Tri Quest daily, you'll get a surprise amount of gear and XP2 from off-job. They have added, as part of the patch notes, again, sorry to mention patch notes as much, but they came out today, so it's fresh in my mind. They are updating the companion app so that you can actually send your retainers on expeditions, is that what they call them? The little 18-hour jobs that they do. And you can also check the report and get the items, but you don't get the XP until you actually log in. But that was like one of those things where I was like, oh cool, I can send my retainer on these 18-hour things. But I was like, I don't want to sign into the game every single day, because it's annoying having to load up the PS5 and then got to sign in. And it's like, oh, there's a companion app. Is this something I can do in the companion app? It's like, no, you can't. There's so little you can do in the companion app. So I'm glad they added that, because I might actually get into the habit of sending my retainers on ventures. Ventures, that's what it's called. I might actually get into the habit of sending them on ventures every day if I can do it through the app. And then, like, once a week when I actually sign into the game to play, I can just get all of the benefit. So, I mean, it does mean leveling up 2 of my secondary classes to level 100. I mean, I've got my bottoms to level 90, so I just need to get something else to level 90, level 100 as well, so they can level up and get the higher level ventures. But that's a good way of making money, because you just sell all the stuff you get from the ventures and... Oh, this is a new scene. Goldbears and Paladin Zero with Y'shtola's little minion that she crafted for him. Oh, that's cute. They made a few little epilogue title cards. There's Varshan and his sister. I can't remember which one's the dragon. Yeah, whatever. Varshan. It's the same guy. Varshan's his human name. His dragon name Risk something. Vitra. That's it. Oh, they've run out. I'm sure I spelled that wrong. I'm pretty sure you did, but the pronunciation is correct. It is Vitra. Hi, Jika. Lest you wonder about your passage to Terral, Erenville will arrange a ship through his guild. You need only worry about your own preparations. Speaking of which, please take this with you, a rugged and ready knapsack. May it serve you well on your coming adventures. Now, I'm not sure when departure will be, but rest assured I'll let you know when I hear something. Till then, please take your ease. Complete. Just as I was in chat say, see you in Dawntrail. Meanwhile, in Limpsa Laminsa of all places. Hey, there's a Stinian.
When does the next ship set sail? May I ask your destination?
The north and east.
I've already seen. I suppose I'll head west this time.
Okay. I love that they didn't bother. They were like, we need a Stylian to go west. He just goes there coincidentally.
West, you say?
Happy for all the Stylian fans who are like, oh, is a Stylian coming? And it's like, yeah. Meanwhile, just Stoller just going, I'm gonna head west. Just cuts to each of the different scions in order and just going, let's go west. Why? I don't know. We knew these two were going west because they've been whispering about something.
I see you've made up your mind. I had a feeling you'd be keen.
But to think that our comrades too are thither bound. Fate doth work in mysterious ways.
Indeed. It will be a grueling task, having to contend with them.
Oh, they're going to help a different...
If the prospect doth trouble thee, 'tis not too late to decline the petition.
They're gonna be the champions of a different member of the royal family, I guess. We get to beat up Thancred and Oriange.
Though thine expression would suggest thou art far from perturbed.
Oh, how could I possibly be, knowing what's to come?
Then let us delay no further and secure passage on a vessel.
Aye. This will be a mission to remember.
Don't spike the camera, Thancred.
Come, my friend. We make for Tural.
Are we gonna get one for your Stoller as well? It's just gonna cut through and just go like, I just have a feeling I'm being left out. Your Stoller better freaking come to Tural, by the way. If she gets left out, she's the only one who doesn't show up in the next expansion. I'm gonna be pissed. She's my favourite sire. I mean, Cryo's cool. She's up there.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty?
Check.
Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north?
I think we did that. I can't remember, but maybe. Possibly.
The fabled golden cities of the New World.
Yes. I mean, Emmett also told me to go and visit the other reflections, and also to find out about the true identities of the 12. And, I mean, I guess I went to one reflection, and I found out the identities of 4 12s. Weigh anchor now that the tide is high, and dawn of a new adventure nigh. Row forth to break horizon's bond, and tread the gilded path beyond. And other poetry. M itself has been ended to the codex. Yay, and I got my backpack. Look at this. It's my second fashion accessory. I've only ever gotten a parasol before. But look, I can now backpack. Yay. I'm ready for adventure. Look, you got the backpack too! It's Dawntrail! Oh, okay, don't celebrate with me then. Fine. I'll just be excited about Dawntrail on my own. I'm all ready for Dawntrail. So next time you see Dandy, he'll be all graphically enhanced and much older looking. If the benchmark is anything to go by. So look forward to that. That'll be in a few weeks' time. we get one for Y'shtola and Tartaru. I fear Tartaru. Well, I mean, no, Tartaru's got to make an appearance, right? I mean, even in Shadowbringers, when she wasn't there, she was still doing stuff. So, maybe Y'shtola and Tartaru show up. They just sort of go, hey, yeah, we realise you fuckers all pissed off to Terrell and didn't tell us. So, we came along ourselves just to, you know, see what you were all hiding from us. She's got a big part in every expansion to Heavenwood. She's pretty big in there, even. I mean, she's the face of Final Fantasy XIV. She's the crossover character. Like, Toto? Is that her name? From Final Fantasy XI? The Lala Fowl equivalent? Shantoto. That's the one. Yeah. Y'shtola and Shantoto. Swine. Sorry, look. I know I'm familiar with the character, but I'm only familiar with her from like Dissidia and a couple of other things that she's collabed in. But yeah, she's like the Y'shtola is the go-to collab character for Final Fantasy XIV because she's, I think it's safe to say, the most popular character, or she's at least the most recognizable character. So she'll definitely show up in Dawntrail at some point. The question is whether the characters all get new fits, or whether they're going to have... What can I do? Change pose. I can only just change pose. What poses can I do with my backpack? Hand on hip. Arms crossed. Okay, nothing massively exciting, but... Double hands on hips. Set forth for new cultures. In 11 they were called Taru Taru. Oh, okay. Which is where Tartaru Taru's name comes from. That makes sense. But they were effectively Lalafels, although they had weird noses. If Shantoto's anything to go by. Again, I have played Final Fantasy XI, but I played it for like 20 minutes and I didn't like it and I uninstalled it. I just couldn't truck with the control with the way you moved around. I didn't like it. But Makoto had different noses too. Well, I like the noses that they have, so I guess it was a change for the good. Oh yeah, let me show you my apartment, just to show you how like dire my apartment is. It's like, I don't deserve a house. There would be 0 point in me. The only reason I'd want to get a house is just to have a bit more wall space, because I am running a bit shy in my apartment. But my yeah, this is my apartment. It is mostly a dumping ground for shit that I pick up from events. And for the odd picture. So there's my Hildebrand photo. It's kind of hidden behind this tiger print thing that I got from an event. But it was the only piece of wall I could find that was big enough to hold it. And then I've got my expansion artworks. Like I said, I need to buy the Endwalker one and then find a slot on the wall to put it somewhere. And then I've got my Admiral Stormblood. What's her name? Blah, 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 blah. Yep. And then I've got my buffet for guests. I got pizza, dango, fried corn, iced, and sandwiches. And then my rubbish map of Eorzea, which is like the Realm Reborn version of the map, which doesn't have anything on it. I need to update this, but I think it's the only one you can get at the moment. I might be wrong. There might be other maps somewhere, but I haven't found them. And then just a couple of banners. Like I said, it's literally on the picture that Alphino drew. Like I said, it's just a dumping ground of all the furniture I've collected, and a bed, and a table. I don't know why I have a heart-shaped table. Oh, and my two flower pots from when. This was the only reason I bought this flat, was so that I could grow the vegetables you need to change the fur of the feather color of your chocobo. That was the only reason I had the I bought the flat. It would have been easier just for me to buy them rather than grow them myself, but I did it. I grew it myself. Now I get to sit in my little chair. There you go. Merlwilp, yeah, that's it. Admiral Merlwilp. Because I had like loads of spare points in the Maelstrom thing, so I just bought it. I didn't realise how big it was when I bought it, to be fair. I can really tell the difference between Tartaru Lalas and Mithra Mikotes, even in fan art. That, you know, I can't, but thinking back, there's definitely some that I've looked at and thought, they look a bit off. So I wonder if it was that they were drawing the FF11 versions, or the, yeah. But yes, I'm almost out of wall space. It's a concern. But yeah, I need to do something with this space, I think, before I need to start thinking about trying to buy a house. I do have some garden ornaments that I can't put out though, so maybe a little property with a little tiny lawn or something. Just like, you know, like I've got at the moment. That's like a little 2-bedroom flat. I can finally get a toilet, because Christ, there aren't any toilets in the world. I don't think I've ever seen a toilet in this game. Like, it has been confirmed that they do use them, but no, there's never any building I've been in. None of them have got facilities installed in them. So it'd be finally nice after 3.5 years and however many hundreds of hours to finally be able to use the toilet. But that's something for another day. So anyway, we're going to stop here. 4.5 hours, that's about as long as I thought it was going to take. I thought it was going to be between sort of 4 and 5 hours to do everything we needed to do. We are fully caught up. Oh, actually, I've got this turned on because I think it's the default, but I want to change it because I want to be able to enjoy this. Is it system configuration? Might be HUD layout. Display settings? No, I think it is the other one. Probably character configuration. Nope, it's not there. UI settings? HUD. There's a specific section that I need to untick. Hide when all quests complete. There we go. That's the one I wanted to turn off. Because I've worked for this. I want to be able to see main scenario quest complete to be continued. I've worked hard for this. It's for the first time since playing that I've had that message, and I can enjoy it for the next almost 2 a.m. I can enjoy it for the next 9 hours, and then the server is that the thumbnail? I'd love it to be, but you really can't tell on the thumbnail that it's there. It's such a shame, but I might like crop it and do a tweet about it that I'm just like. Preview, there we go. I'll maybe do a crop it and do a tweet that I'm like, I finally got this. So I don't know what I used for the thumbnail. There was a couple of good bits, because there was the bit where I did the frying pan baseball, but I also I might put Wok Lamat with the lamb chicken as the thumbnail, because I do quite like Wok. She's a cool new character. I'd love her to join the Scions, but I know she won't, because no one ever does. I say that. Literally, Estinian joined the... Estinian and Graha literally just joined the Scions. I think I maxed all jobs like 2 weeks before Stormblood came out. Yeah, I don't think I've got it in me to max out every job. I might do all the crafter jobs at some point, just because it is useful to be able to craft that stuff. As I'm learning from like trying to get my item level up in time to play, to get my light into a 625, like most of the stuff that is the high level item crafting is all crafted gear rather than gear that you farm. So yeah, it would be good to be able to make that stuff myself. Plus it's a good source of money. Like you go out, you farm some materials, then you craft a bunch of stuff and then you just sell it. yeah, especially furniture is apparently like a pretty sort of big source of cash. Plus, being able to make my own furniture would be useful for when I eventually buy a house. So it all comes together. It all comes together. I got to do my island retreat as well. I gotta unlock my motorbike and my Hawaii and my holiday gear. There's so much stuff to do in this game. But yes, we'll stop here. So I can't stream tomorrow or Thursday, so I'll be back on Friday. We're going to start Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. So I'll try and start as early as I can on Friday. I do have to work, so I mean, if I can get up early and so I can start early and finish early, I might try and start at 6 o'clock. But otherwise, I'll start as close to 8 as I can. If I go to work at the normal time. And then we'll do a 12-hour on Saturday just to really, you know, get the ball rolling on that. And then I'll see how I am for Sonic. We'll either do that Sunday, Monday. Then we'll do Erdtree the rest of the week. And then my plan is to start Dawntrail on the 10th. Because Early Access starts on Friday. I will probably try and log in just to check stuff out. But realistically, I don't see me getting in properly within the first week. And then the early access ends, and then the game comes out. So I'm aiming for the 10th, but I'll have to see what the servers are like. Come the 10th. And if hopefully it's not a case that I'm just like, oh, there's 3,000 people in the queue. And it's like, okay, if I start queuing at like 5 o'clock, I can maybe get on in time for 8 to do the stream. Which actually I guess I could do, but it's not ideal. So that's the plan. So we'll do Dawntrail on the 10th. That also gives people time to like play it and get ahead of it. You know, the people who, yeah, and then I can then play it, and it's kind of after everyone else. I just don't like. I know some people are like really, really keen to like crack on with the main scenario and like binge it in as quickly as short a time as possible, and I get that, but I don't want to do that. I think apart from that, it would kill my voice to have to do that much dialogue. So my plan is to finish Dawntrail by September, which I think is doable. That's 2 months, which sounds 8 weeks is about right for an expansion, I think. Yes, I'm going to really punish myself. I'm excited to see how difficult it is, because I didn't find Endwalk. I didn't find Elden Ring that hard. There are a couple of bosses I struggled against, but just in a kind of normal From Software Souls-like type of way. Like even Millennia, was it Millennia? The one that everyone struggles against. It only took me 2 hours. I mean, I was using a cheese strat, but it wasn't like I didn't look up a cheese strat. I just developed a cheese strat on my own by fighting her. And, you know, I used summons and things like that. So I'm not exactly the best player in the world, but I'm not afraid to use the tools given to me. So we'll see. We'll see how difficult it actually is. Anyway, it's 2 a.m. Let's call it there. So yeah, I will be back on Friday, so hopefully I see you then. Thanks for watching if you did. I'm also, if I can get on between here and the 10th, I'm going to do some PvP, because I don't like the PvP that much, but like I said, there's a lot of cool rewards. So hopefully when I come back, maybe I'll have a different set of gear to wear, and we can go into Dawntrail with a nice new fit, but otherwise I'll probably be wearing this, because I went to an effort to get this clothes, and well, you know, until at least I unlock some new clothes in Dawntrail, we'll wear this. Yeah, anyway, thanks for watching. Have a good night. See you later.